Hey guys, welcome to the course. This is the website we will be creating with Next.js. This is a LinkTree clone where users can showcase their custom links as well as their social media. The website is made with Tailwind CSS. It has Google Analytics integration. It has page loader animation on hopping over to each page. It has dynamic head component, which is very much helpful for search engine optimization. We also have responsive nav bar. We have footer. You won't find this type of scalable CRUD project with Next.js on the internet. Coming over to the design, we have a form here. This is the footer. And let's create an account. Enter mail. Okay, I will use the default credentials that I used for creating another account back then. I will choose the account type creator. Let's take a look at the pricing before creating the account. This is free tier. And talking about its responsiveness, it is well responsive in mobile. And the nav bar is working well. Okay, so coming back to the account creation, we will register. Success from backend. We can just customize this notification, never mind. And this is the email verification process. We have skipped this part for now, so we will log in with that same credentials. We will log in. Okay, so this is the dashboard. So coming to this portion, this is okay, I will cut this. So this is our link tree. We have a demo URL that is provided upon creation on your account. You can edit this later. So coming to the profile, we will click on edit profile and let's set a name. Check out my custom link tree. This is the bio and this is my image that will be showing on my account. We can also edit this and I will click on save profile. Profile saved successfully. And let's give it a refresh. You can see the name as well as the bio is updated. Okay, so the links, the social links, you can see those are slightly animated. You can see the URLs are undefined for now. So what I will do, I will add the links for them. I will just add their ID. No need to add the URL. So the IDs are added. Save social links. And now let's give it a refresh. You can see the URLs are now working. This is working just fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the demo that I will be creating. This is from my portfolio website. Let's give it a refresh and see the framer animation. Okay, never mind. We will talk about that later. And now let's edit the link tree. We have this demo URL as I previously said. We will remove this and add our own. This we can also remove this. Let's add a link. Okay, we have added two links and let's click on save links. Let's click on save, links saved successfully. And let's give the link tree a refresh. You can see those two links are updated. Let's add another link and let's add it demo.com and demo. Save, refresh, demo is updated. So we can also remove this. Click on remove, save, and the demo is gone. Okay. Let's refresh this. This is working just fine. You also get this share button here. Upon clicking on this, it shows a notification that copy it to clipboard. And let's see what is in our clipboard. This is the URL that we get for this link tree. You can also share this to your friends or whatever. So let's go back to the dashboard. Okay, so dashboard. You can log out from this. By the way, talking about the use cases of a link tree, you can share this link on your social media or to your friend or whatever profile you have on online. or you can even share this link in offline mode too via QR codes. So I will click on this Linktree and you can see it opens up in my portfolio website, and we have some custom codes here just like this. This is a beta version that we will be creating, and this one I have in my portfolio website. This is a static version that cannot be dynamically created. I have to edit the JSON file back in there, but the one we will be creating in this tutorial will have a dashboard where you can edit all these links and their titles. So this is it, the demo. We also have this analytics that measures the links and other features. We will be checking it out in another course. So without wasting any more time, let's dive into the tutorial. In this project, I'm using Next.js to take the privilege of dynamic routing and other useful features like router, links, and that comes with Next.js. The dynamic routing will help us where users will be able to create their own link tree exactly after the domain URL followed by their user handle. For that, we will use router that comes within Next, and we will use router query to get their handle. But that's for the later part. If you have just basic knowledge of React.js, you're good to go. And for the styling part, if you do not have a Tailwind CSS knowledge but you are familiar with CSS in general, I'll be explaining the Tailwind CSS classes along the way. So let's start implementing it. I have a directory. I can right click on and do open with code, and it will simply open VS Code. But if you haven't set the settings while installing the VS Code, there are a couple of other options too. You can go to the file path and write cmd and then do code dot and press enter. It will open the VS Code, but that too comes with the settings. You have to enable it while installing. And another way is to open a new VS Code window. Where is it? Open a window and drag this one first, and here we go. So let me open up my terminal. You can do this with control and backtick. To create the Next.js project, you can follow this. It says npx create next app, just like create React app, although the React CRA is dead almost. So you can do npx create React app @latest. Then if you want to use TypeScript, use this flag. I'll be using ESLint, so I will use this flag. So never mind, I have created a starter template with custom features like Tailwind CSS, Google Analytics, page loader animation, dynamic head components for SEO, responsive navbar, footer, font setup, ESLint, and others. I'll be explaining all of them in later part. So let's copy this URL and we will simply use this template. So in the terminal, let's create a directory. I will name the frontend directory site. Let's go to the directory cd site, and let's clone this using the command git clone and paste the URL. Make sure the URL has .git in the end as copied from the GitHub repository, and press enter. It will start cloning the project. So the cloning is done. This template is using the stable version of Next.js with no TypeScript, no experimental app directory, with linting on, so that it's easy for beginners to debug. We will try on this template using npm run dev. To start the project on, okay, we have to do npm i, which will install the dependencies and create the node modules folder. It's installing, and then after that we will run this. We will now do npm run dev. To run this project, make sure you have NodeJs installed in your computer. You can check that out via terminal. I'll open a terminal and type node-v. It is showing me the version. So my computer already has Node installed, and let's see npm version. Let's close the terminal and let's see the changes. The localhost is running on port 3000. This is the template. We will change the complete interface to this. Currently this is a responsive website, you can see. Let's talk about the features of this template. Let's take a quick look at the features that I have implemented in the Links.js template and how you can take advantage of those. As you know, Tailwind is already configured in this template. Google Analytics is being used via next script tag, which is inside this app directory. You can see this is the Google Analytics code. You can change your tracking URL as well as the ID. This is using the script tag that comes within the next. And let's take a look at this page loader animation that takes place when switching to another path. When we click on apply, you can see there is a loader going on. Again, going to the home page and then coming back to the apply page. For that loader animation, we are using a library called nProgress. This is the npm package for nProgress. nProgress is a JavaScript library that adds a loading progress bar to your website, as you just saw. In the script, it's being used to show a progress bar when the user navigates between other pages, like this. The script starts by implementing the useRouter hook. We have imported this, and this hook allows us to access the router object, which we use to listen for events that indicate when user starts navigating to a page. Inside this useEffect hook, we have created two functions. One is handle start and another is handle complete. And we define three event handlers for the route change start, route change complete, and route change error events. When the route change start occurs, then it calls the function which sets the loading to true and do nProgress.start. This is a function that nProgress provides, as you can see on the documentation. And when the route change is completed, then it calls the handle complete function, which sets the loading to false and nProgress to done. And finally, in the useEffect hook, we clean up these event handlers by removing them from the router object when the component is unmounted using the events.off method. In the return statement, we render the nav bar. Let's take a look at this nav bar code. This is the Tailwind CSS nav bar, nothing too complex. We are using this set mobile menu options for toggling the menu, and this is the function for toggling mobile menu. Now coming back to the app.js, so we are rendering nav bar for all the pages, and the toast container is to show a toast notification for user feedback. I thought of covering the Tailwind CSS basics in this tutorial, but we have to work on our backend. For backend, I could have used the Next.js API directory. Here it is, but for scalability purposes, I have chose to work with NodeJs. For backend, we will create a directory on the same level as the frontend. I will name this server. And let's split the terminal and locate to the server directory. cd ... for going back directory and then to server. Let's create an index.js file. Okay, the Linux commands don't work here, so I have to work on this index.js. And let's clear up the terminal. Clear. Extend this a bit. And let's do npm init with the flag y. This will init node without asking for packages details recurringly. Done. Let's also install the packages that we will be using in our project. For that, we use npm I or npm install and then the package names. For server, we'll use Express. For database connection in MongoDB, we'll use Mongoose. And for cross-origin resource sharing, we will use Course. For now, let's install those. So the node modules file as well as the package.json file is generated. First, create a git node and let's exclude the node modules from git. That's for safety purposes. Before writing any basic code for our backend, let's take a look at the extension we will be using for this course. Let's come over to extensions and search here React ES snippets. I believe this is the plugin ES7 Plus React / Redux / React Native snippets. So what this does, let me show you a demo. Let's create a page called dashboard.js and write RAFCE. So upon writing on RAFCE, it gives us a suggestion, React arrow function export component. When click on that or press enter, it will automatically import this whole snippet. So you don't actually have to write this whole thing manually. It just makes the work simple. And for Tailwind CSS, you can use IntelliSense. Tailwind. So this is the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense plugin. So let me show you a demo on that. H1 dashboard. So when we add any class to this class name, text, white, bg, gray. So it suggests some classes from this and then rounded. This will add some border radius suggestions. Let's say I choose this border radius class. So upon hovering on this, you can see it will show the underneath implementation of that CSS class and what is the CSS for this. We will cover more about Tailwind CSS in the next part. So let's see what is the browser extension we will be using for React. It's called React DevTools. React Developers Tools, and this is the extension that will help us with states and context and others. I will click on add extension and the extension is added. Now let's go to a page and press F12 or click on inspect, whatever. And let's extend the Chrome Developer Tools and give it a refresh. You will see the components tab is here. I will drag it there. And now all my React components are visible. And when we create any states in our React application or context, everything will be visible here. The state is false. Let me zoom in a bit. You can see all the states and other context and everything will be visible, and it will be very much easy to debug the whole application. We have seen what other extension we will use. Now let's create the basic backend. Let's do const express is equal to require express, and let's create const app is equal to express app. This will create an instance of express. Let's do app.get on home path request.response, and this will send a demo response hello. Let's define a port. Const port is equal to process.env.port. So when we are using any hosting services, the port is defined in their servers, so we don't actually manually define the port. And if port is not defined, then we can use alternative port, which is 8080. We won't use port 3000 as that is being used in our front end. You can see where it is. The port 3000 is used in our front end, so we don't have to use that. And let's app.listen to port, and as a callback we are console logging this. Console.log backtick server running on port dash this port. We can install another package for easy code editing that is called npm inodemon. We'll install it as a dev dependency, so we'll do --save -dev. This will install this package as dev dependencies. You can see these are the dependencies that we previously installed: Course, Express and Mongoose, and this is dev dependencies. So while deploying the code, this dev dependencies will be ignored. So let's make a script. The script will be named start. So when we do npm start, this code will be executed, and the code will be nodemon and your main file name, which is index.js. So let's do npm start. You will see nodemon has started. The main advantage of using nodemon is when we make any changes to the backend, the server will automatically restart. Let's at least do remove the semicolon, and server will restart again. Let's see the response on localhost 8080. Localhost 8080. It is saying a response hello. Or we can also do this: server is listening on port dash backtick and backtick. You can see upon changing this, the server is already restarted, and let's refresh. The server is running on port 8080. So this is the basic setup for our front end as well as our backend, and we will continue the rest of the tutorial in the next part. Tailwind CSS is a utility-first CSS framework that allows you to quickly and easily style your components and elements using predefined classes. Unlike traditional CSS frameworks like Bootstrap, Material UI that provides pre-built components, Tailwind CSS focuses on providing a robust set of utility classes that you can use to create custom designs. Tailwind allows you to create highly customized and responsive designs without having to write a lot of custom CSS code. Coming to the setup of Tailwind CSS in our project, we have already set up those three in our globals.css. Let's take a look. This is inside the styles directory, globals.css. I've already set that up. I have imported this globals.css in the _app.js, so it is available in every page. You can see. And now let's do some hands-on of Tailwind CSS by creating some pages. So we have apply.js that we get from the template. So let's run the code and see what this is currently, and we will remove what it is right now and start to code from beginning. We have started the front end, and it will take some time to start the server. Okay, let's check the localhost. Over to apply page. So this is the design, and we will remove this completely. Let's remove this and let's see the changes. Okay, great. So let's start coding the apply.js page. First, we will create a React arrow function using the snippet RAFCE. This will help us to create that arrow function with a flash. Let's name this apply. And let's create a fragment. I will create a section here, and inside that I will create a div with class main. And now let's add some classes to this section. So I have opened the reference image to what we will be creating. We will be creating this interface, so this is just here for reference. And as we are using custom background, so Tailwind does not allow us to do that easily, so we will be using our normal CSS. So we already have this normal CSS. We will delete that and code over from beginning. For custom CSS, we will use module based CSS. So here we have apply.module.css, and we will import that here. Import /styles/apply.module.css, and we will name this import styles from this. And now any classes that will be using this custom CSS will have to be named with these styles. So I will make this classes dynamic, and we will name this like styles.background. So with this, when we create any class named background, let's say background color black. This will be applied to the section. So let's take a look at this. As you can see, this is having a black background, and let's add tailwind CSS along with this custom CSS. So we will do a plus and then start writing our normal tailwind CSS or classes that we usually do. So make sure to put a space here so that this class and another class will have a spacing in between them. So I will name this minimum h screen so that it takes up the whole screen space. You can see the black background. So I will also add display flex to this and justify center. So each element will be horizontally centered, and item center. So each elements will be vertically centered too. And let's remove this demo. And inside this class, we will add a content, div content. So this is not any tailwind CSS class. This is just semantic purposes classes. So I'm just using those classes to remember what this div is using for. So I will be creating a form inside this form, and we don't need this action. We will be using on submit, but that's for later purposes. Let's first start designing the form. Before that, I will add heading to the form. The auto suggestion is showing that apply is the h1 tag, but we won't be doing that. We will say join the top 1% creators, and it has give some auto suggestion classes. Let's see what is the styling for now. Okay, as we have black background, so we won't be seeing that. Let's change this background color, remove this, and let's see how this is. Join the top 1% creators, but the title is too big. So hovering over this, you can see the font size is 2.25 rem or 36 pixels. So we will do this like 2 pixel. So the font size is 1.5 rem, and now this is looking just fine. So we have to add a tagline too. So for tagline, we can add create LinkTree for your brand. And okay, I should just split the screen so it's easy for me to see. And let's close this one, and now it's well enough. And let's resize the windows for a better view. Okay, now it is looking fine. And let's center this. For that, we will use class name text center, and it will be centered. And inside the form, we need 3 input places. One is for handle, one is for email, and one is to set password. And if you want, you can also input other fields, but we don't want to make the form look so much complicated. That's why this simplicity purpose. So I will create 3 input fields. Input type, first one will be email, and then next one will be input type password, and the user handle will be input type text, default text. Okay, so the input types are not properly visible. So what I will do, I will add class name to them, shadow empty, medium shadow. So the input types will be visible, I believe. And let's add a border of 2. Okay, those are being styled horizontally. So what I will do, in the form, I will add a class name, add display flex and flex row. So they will be sorry, not row, actually column. So they will be displayed column wise. And let's add a gap of 5. So all the child inside this flex property will have a gap of 5. So let's decrease this by 3. Oh no, 4. Okay, 4 is fine, I believe. And inside all this, I will add a padding x of 3 and padding y of 2, and add a border radius rounded ND. And the field is well enough. and I don't want this black border on focus. So what I will do in 3 of them on focus, after adding focus and colon, the classes I'll be adding will only be enabled on focus event. So I will add outline none. So when focusing, those outline will be gone. Let's add placeholders for each of them. Placeholder is equal to social handle. Placeholder is equal to enter your email. Placeholder is equal to enter, okay, set a password, not enter, set a password. As you can see, we also have a Instagram icon here before to that Instagram handle. So for that, we will have to convert this input field into a span. So I will add a span, and inside that I will add an image tag, and after that I will add this input field, and inside this image field I will have to do something that will bring me that Instagram icon. To grab some icons, I will head up, I have a couple of resources, so these are some resources, and I will choose SVG viewer. So I will search for Instagram, and let's choose a relevant icon for this. This one I believe is good. Okay, I have to full screen that for a better view. Okay, this one is good, and its size is also lower than others. So I will click on optimize, and I don't need width, so I will delete that. Copy this SVG. I can use this instead of this, and this will work just fine, but I have to resize that. Okay, I have to resize that, as I said. So I want to be using that in this way. So what I will do, I will do Ctrl+Z, and I will open up the files, and inside the public directory I will add a folder name SVG, and then I will add this SVG as ig.svg, and then I will paste this. So this SVG is now saved, and let's change the SVG stroke color to gray. That will give me a better look, and let's see how we can use that. By using / we can use all the public folder static items, and inside that we are using SVG folder, so SVG, and inside SVG folder we are using ig.svg, and now we can see the SVG is visible dynamically. So we can just change this portion, and it will dynamically fetch any image or any asset we have inside the public folder. So now let's style this, and let's give a width of 8. Okay, I believe this is working fine, but just we have to make this row wise. So I will add flex, display flex, and flex row, and you will see this is now working. And one thing, notice that the shadow is not covering the whole screen, so this will look something odd. So what I will do, I will just simply copy this styling and cut it, and then the styling will be added inside this span. So this is just working fine as in our example. So the icon should be a bit more smaller, so I will add W6. Yes, that is fine. And after the SVG I will add a spacing, so I will do MR, which will add margin right and margin of 4. We have a spacing after this, and users can simply type it, but still you can see as we have removed the classes from this input field, so the outline is still visible now. And we will again add this focus outline none. So now the outline will be gone, and let's decrease the margin to 3 or 2. Now everything is working fine, and let's just increase the font size a bit. So for the font specifically, I would add a font size of text MD is normal, so I will add text LG. Let's see. Okay, the form is well visible, and let's add a margin top empty of 5. Great. And let's take a look at this whole form. So this is the content, and add a border to just to debug that how it is looking. Border 2. So you can see this is the we will remove that border definitely later if we need to, but let's add a padding X. On the x-axis let's add a padding of 3. See, and this is taking the shape. Padding 4. Okay, and padding Y at 5 or 8. How does it look? So we don't actually have to remove the border. This is looking fine. Just need to add rounded value, so it adds some border radius, rounded LG. Okay, for better 2XL, double XL. So this is looking great. And now add some shadow, box shadow of MD. Let's see. Okay, now LG. Let's try. Yeah, this is looking great, but let us compare with the thing we are trying to clone. We have to add this to start building your hub. Okay, we need to find this emoji, but let's skip the emoji for now. You can always search on Google. Let's just focus on the designing part for now, and we will add this tag again. So after this tag, here comes the another tag. What was that again? Start building your hub. Okay, start building your hub, and this one will be having class name of text center, obviously. And if you notice that it will have some spacing on top and bottom, so it will have spacing of py on the y-axis and of 5 pixels. Let's try. Yeah, this is looking fine. And font was bold, of course font was bold. And let's text color, set text color to text gray 500. Let's try it. This is taking the shape. The main thing that is left is this account type, which was a checkbox type. For that we will start adding the checkboxes. So immediately after the input fields, where is it? Okay, immediately after the input fields I will add a heading. Let's say heading 5, account type. Let's center this and also make this font a bit smaller. Class name text sm text center, and immediately after that was those checkboxes. So for those checkboxes, along with this, if you can see, the checkboxes are also having this label. So we won't be using directly labels, so we will add the checkboxes and then add paragraphs along with them. Let's start. Add a span for this checkboxes, so they can be done flex. For each checkboxes we will create a label. Let's say label. We don't actually need to add label, but we are using this semantic label tag for better understanding. We can also use the span tag, but we are using label to differentiate from other semantic tags like span. Now inside this we are creating an input. Input type will be checkbox. You can see the checkbox is visible. You can also use that. Let me resize it again. And we have a checked attribute in the input tag, checked. While it is checked, so we have to do some changes. So let me create a variable, state variable named const checked set checked is equal to useState. So we haven't imported useState. Upon clicking on this, as it is showing this icon, it will automatically import the useState. You can see it has added this portion inside the import part. So we are going to import useState. For now it is empty. Okay, so let's not give it name of checked, so it will be confusing for us. So let's give it a name of category, and we will also use category. So while it is checked, the category will be set to whatever the value will be. So let's also add the value, or else I will be confused. So for now it is creator. Was it creator? Yes, it was created. Let's not focus on this error for now. We will fix this. So when it is checked, the value will be creator, and add this inside commas. And to use this checked, we also need to interact it with the function on change. When it will be changed, a function will be called. Let's name it what? Handle category change. Handle category change. And let's create this function too, or it will always show errors. And it is receiving a parameter event. And first do e.prevent default, prevent default. It's not necessary until you are just receiving a form, but we will do that for practice purposes. And how we will use this? So when this will be called, this function will be called, it will catch the event, and from whichever element the function will be called, it will catch the event and it will ask the event target, and this value will be set to category. So the category will have event.target, whichever element it is, the event target and its value. So when we are using the target's value, we also have to add a value to this. So the value itself will be passed to the category state data. So we will add a value which is the same as this we are passing in the category. So when we are clicking on this, this will be updated, but we can actually uncheck that until we have added one or more. So let's copy this and paste it here, and we will name this agency. And let's copy this. Value will be same, category will be same. Let's try this. When I click on this, the category will be set to creator. When I click on this, the category will be set to agency. Again, when I click on this, the category will be set to creator. And let's set another one, and this will be added as brand. Let's add multiple items together, and this is brand. And now the styling is a bit mess, and we will fix that in a moment. So we select all of them together and add class name, and this will be flex row. Let's see where it goes, and each of them will have a padding, okay, a margin right 3. And let's add border to see what is the progress. For now we will keep adding the border, and inside each checkbox we will add a class of padding. Class name p of x2. Let's see, padding does not work here. We will probably have to make inline block if that doesn't work too. Okay, that does not work. And we will now have to work with this paragraph. Class name padding of left 2 3 2 is fine, I believe. Okay, 2 is fine. And now we can just get rid of this, what was that, border. We can get rid of this border. Okay, we have to get rid of this border for all 3 items. So that looks quite catchy. So the designing is done, and now we have to add this register button. We have created this one, and we also have successfully created this account type, but obviously this color is missing now, and we now have to do this portion now. Okay, great. So first things first, let's make the color text indigo, and let's choose what color. Let's indigo, text indigo 500, and see, this is probably fine, or make it work with 400. And now the submission button, input type will be submit. You can also do button, but I prefer input. So the value will be register, or as this is the apply page, we have register here, but I will keep this button's value as apply, as the actual page is for application. So let's style this button. Class name bg indigo 600. Let's see what is the color. Okay, and let's make the text color white. The vertical padding would be 3 or 2. Okay, and add some border radius rounded MD, or maybe more rounded. Let's see how that was. Yeah, almost looking similar. And when hovering over this, I want cursor to be pointer type, cursor dash pointer. Okay, so one thing is left. So when someone submits the form, it actually calls a function. So we haven't added on submit. Okay, now I have to add on submit function. On submit, it will call a function, and the function name will be handle register. And we create this function now, or else it will keep giving us this error. Const handle register, which receives a parameter event. And again, we will do e.prevent default function, and we are missing an e. So one thing I have noticed that while clicking on this checkboxes, I have to click twice in order to get them actually clicked. I believe it is for this event.prevent default. So I will actually remove this event.prevent default, and let's try this. It is seamless now. And now coming back to our background, which is actually we need to add using custom CSS. We have this background class which we have set up at first. So I will come to this background class. I will do position. Oh, what is going on? Position relative, and I will add a background image, background URL, and we have the images, background images. This one is for desktop and this one is for mobile. I will show in a bit how to use both different images for different purposes. So we have it under public, which stands for / and then images, then the background image actually. So I will do images, and then what was the name? I will just simply copy that. I don't actually have to type it over and over. And this one is named what? Background mobile. So I will paste this, and let's see, these changes have taken places. And now we haven't actually set a background color for this. So let's just set a background color for our total content form. So bg white. So we have set the background, and now let's take a look at the mobile, how it looks. In the mobile, the image is actually a bit distorted, so we will use a separate image for mobile. We will copy this and we will do media queries at media screen and maximum width 768 pixels, and then paste this and change mobile. So different image now will be used. You can see the different image we had inside this public folder. This image is being used as a background for our desktop, and this image is being used as background for our mobile. So we have one thing missing. The image is too shiny, so our main form is actually not that attractive. So we have to dim out the image without actually editing the image. So how we can do that? We can add a pseudo class before the background. We will do background : before, and a content of blank, which position will be absolute. That is the reason we have done position relative, and we don't need position relative here because we have already set up position relative for background. The only thing we are changing for mobile is the background URL, and this thing will be available for mobile also. So position, okay, I don't know why I keep misspelling the position, absolute, and top will be 0, and we will make the width full, so that's why we are setting top and left to 0. So width to 100% and height to also 100%. And now the main thing, we will add a background color. Background color of, we can also add black, So this whole thing will be added to black, but we don't want complete black, we want a dimming feature. So I will add RGB colors. So black stands for 0,0,0. So this is complete black, but we want some kind of opacity control, so we will add 0.5, so half black half image. So this is it, we have completed the background imaging. Now anything else left? I don't believe anything else is left. Okay, so we don't actually have any footer for this Linktree. If you take a look at the professional Linktree website, they don't actually offer this kind of footer because they are too distracting for other users who are opening Linktree. So we will add this kind of footer. Coming back to the footer component where we have it, let's close this server and components footer. We will delete this whole thing that we currently have. Let's go. Let's see, we have deleted the footer and now start adding this footer. The features of this footer is whenever someone clicks on this will open up in an affiliate or a campaign link. So the main feature, as I said, it will open up a link. So I will add next link. I will have to import the link. Upon clicking on this, it will automatically import the next link, or maybe I had imported the link as I previously had a footer, obviously. So I will add a link path. For now I am adding the home path, and this will have target blank, so it opens up in another tab. So let's start adding the content for this. For now I am adding an image. Source is the icon for this website, which is favicon.ico, which is located under public images, and so dash is for public and then for images and then favicon.ico. We don't need that semantics. And now self-closing tag. The image is working. Okay, the image is working. We will set this to absolute so that the background doesn't work. We'll see that in a bit. And now let's add, what was that? Was it, okay, that was a heading, I believe. Heading of 5. Let's add try Linktree. Was it try Linktree? And you can also add this Unicode arrow, or you can search on Google and copy that. I won't be adding that for now. And let's add a class name to this. Text indigo 400. That, where is it? Okay, I have to make it a flex row. So inside the link I will add a class name flex row. Okay, and now item center, so they are now vertically centered, and the h5 will have a padding left of 4. Okay, 3 will work fine, better. And it will have a bold font bold, and on hovering it should change color. So let's just close this mobile responsive window, and on hovering it should change color. So what I will do, I would add hover event, and then text color will be lighter, so text indigo 300. So on hovering the color will change, but I don't want it to change colors so soon, so I will add a transition property. So transition, you can set colors, but I will say transition all, and the transition duration will be 300 milliseconds or 400 milliseconds. So the 400 milliseconds animation is working fine, but the animation I will be adding inside in the link, just because I will also add a rotate animation to this logo. So whenever someone hovers over this image, the image will rotate to. Class name hover rotate 6 or 5. Okay, 5 does not work. I believe 6 works. Yeah, 6 works. I wanted to rotate counterclockwise, so this will now I have to add a minus, and let's add more. Let's add 45 degrees of rotation, so this works just fine. So now add a transition to here, add transition and duration. The transition is not working for the h6, we will have to add transition separately here, and we will remove the transition from the parent element. See, when we are hovering over this is affecting this form, so we will add display absolute, and let's get rid of this background color, and text white, remove that. We are using only text that is using a custom color, so we don't need that actually. We will remove this absolute from here too and make it fixed, and let's it is gone. So let's add a position bottom 0. Let's see where it is. Let's add bottom 3, left half 1/2. So it will come here, and we have to translate it 50% so it comes to the middle. So we will use -translate -x, so it translates on x-axis, and 50% defines by 1-2. Let's define this. You can see on hovering it is showing that translate x -50%, so it is coming back -translate, and on translate x-axis, and this is for 50%. You can see it has centered. So let's just position the footer a bit over, like almost like 5. Let's compare this with this. I believe the background color is a bit more blurry than this one. Coming over to this apply module, and let's not make it 50% but 80% dim. Okay, now the footer is much more visible and it looks more appealing. Okay, great. So with this, I guess the front end for this apply page specifically is done. Yeah, this is just fine. Let's try this out. We don't actually have the backend as of this moment. We haven't created that, but we can try out this form, of course. Test, and we can do one thing. We can try out this form by using a front end. So coming to this, we will have to import the toast. Import toast from React Toastify. We have installed this library. So upon clicking on this handle register, it will say toast dot you have submitted the form. Okay, now you are registered successfully. Yeah, this should be what the form says. Let's see. All the fields should be required too. We should make all of them required so that users does not miss any field, specifically the required username, I mean user handle. So make the email required, the password required, and most of all the social handle should be required. Okay, great. And okay, this should be an email obviously. Let's try you are registered successfully, but I have a debugging thing in my mind. Let's try this out. Required@gmail.com. never mind, it is not going to backend, so we can just set anything here. So when we are clicking on this, we haven't actually added any type of account type. That too is being sent to the backend. So we can also cut this off when let's say the category is empty right now at this moment. So if category is empty, let's check, let's add a checkpoint here. If category is not there, category, then you are returning here with the toast error. Add a category. Let's say we have our backend function here, backend call. So if there is no category, it will simply cut off the function via this return statement. We are using required attribute in these 3 input fields, but this category is not using actually any required field. So we are handling this with this if else statement. There is no else actually. So we are using if there is no category, it will return and cut off this function. It will no more go to the backend call. So this is the actual thing. So let's try it out again. Required@gmail.com, and I will set this as password and test. And when we click on this, it will say add a category. So upon adding a category, and let's apply this, you are registered successfully. So in the next video, we will be implementing the backend for this registration, as well as we will create another form which will be much easier, because we will be just cloning this form to login form, and we will also add login functionality, register functionality from the backend. Previously we created the apply or register page, and now let's take a look how that was. So let me start the server. Give it a refresh, and this was the apply page. And now let's create the login page as well. So inside the pages directory, I would create login.js, and the login page is quite similar to this apply page. So inside login.js, I will just copy everything that we created inside the register page and paste this here. And now let's head over to login page, and you can see it is exactly the same thing. So now let's start customizing it. So whatever we don't need, we will just get rid of it, and let's make it well indented, and we have to name handle register, handle login, and we don't need category just because we need that while signing up. So we will get rid of handle category, and we will get rid of it, the span and everything. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so we don't actually need the social handle, we just need email and password, and in the email field we need email icon. So again, we will go to SVG viewer and search for email, and let's look for a good icon of lower size. This one is 348 bytes and this one is 295 bytes. This one looks more beautiful than the previous one. We don't need width, so get rid of it. And the fill color should be gray. And let's copy this one. And inside public directory SVG, we need to create email.svg and paste this here. First change this to email, and inside this input we are just gonna replace this with this input, and we have to make changes. The shadow will be not individual. Let me show you. This is having a individual shadow as well as a border. We don't want that, so we will get rid of this shadow and border for this. Let's see how it is. We don't actually need padding for that too, and we don't need rounded, and we just need this outline property so that when some user clicks on this, they don't see the outline. And we will get rid of this secondary email, remove that, looking great. And now modify these headings. You are now among top 1% creators, or let's just remove this 1% top creators. Let's modify this tagline also. Access your dashboard. Everything is looking properly fine, but we need to find a way to navigate to the register page and then again navigate back to the login page. So we have to add a link here, but before that we have to change the apply to register. Let's change the value, sorry, not register but login. And now after the form we have to add a link. I will add h4 new here, and then add a link reference apply. Make sure you have imported link, so I haven't yet. Import link from next link, and let's give it a URL of apply page. So whenever someone clicks on this, they will be landing inside the apply page. So going back, we have to move this outside of the content. So we will get it out of the div, and let's see, check it. Yes, it is outside the div, and let's style this. Add class name text center, Let's divide the page in two so it is better visible, and let's collapse this part. Text is now center and make it text white. And for the link part, I will add a separate color so it's better visible, and add font bold too. And class name font bold, better. And let's say add a color of text red 400. Yeah, cool. So let's add a padding top pt 8. Okay, too much. pt3 will be great. And the same thing, we will be backlinking from our apply page. So coming to our apply page, after this div we add this, and let's head over to the apply page. Okay, we haven't imported link for the apply page. Let's import it here too. So it is looking great, but it needs a modification. I will add this to login, and the hyperlink will be login, and the tagline for this thing will be something new. We will say already have an account, so login, and change the text to login. Let's refresh. I don't know why this isn't working. Okay, we are doing it for login.js. I don't know why we just did that mistake. Let me just swap those two. We have added both and change it here. For register page we have a backlink to login, and for login page we have this. So both two pages can navigate to each other via this link. Before moving to backend, I want you to know that the components we are using here are uncontrolled, as we are not using any state variable for those components. There is no way to pass them to backend. Actually, there are a few ways, but that's not a good practice. So we will create variables for them. Const. Okay, this is for login. Let's first start with the register page. We will do that later. And this one we already set for category. And similarly, we will use useStateHook to create them. Const handle and set handle. This one is the variable name, and this one is the function that updates the variable. And we will use useState, and this is initially blank. And similarly, we will create one for email and one for password. And another good practice is to create a single one for all the info and store objects for them. But for simplicity purpose, we will just create separately. Const email, set email, password. And let's modify the input fields. So for input, what is it? This is social handle. We will set a value. The dynamic value will be, what is the name? It is handle. The dynamic value is handle. So as we have initially handle is empty, so we can't actually type anything here. So when we add onChange attribute, onChange, when we type anything in this input field, you can execute a function, but we will write inline function which will have a event parameter, and we will call the set handle function that I previously said is used to update this handle variable. The set handle function will have access to the event and event.target and the value that we have here. Initially that was empty, and when we start typing anything, that value will be updated to this handle. So let's start typing this, and this will be having the value handle, and handle variable will be having this value, whatever you type in here. Similarly, we will update all of them. This was email and onChange. Let's just copy the template and just do this repeatedly. onChange, and let's copy the whole thing, paste this here. This is password, and set password, and this one should be email. Make sure to make it capital. Okay, I believe all of them are now fine. Let's start typing. Okay, great. Give it a refresh so that they're gone. And now follow the similar with email. So what we will do, we will copy these two as we need in login 2, and we will copy this password field and make sure that this is type password and paste it here. And let's copy the same for email, and inside the email field, this one is for email field, paste this. And let's head over to here. When we try to log in, it will show error. This should be an email. So test@gmail.com, and let's try. Category is not defined. Okay, we probably have copied the whole thing, so that's why it is happening. Let's see where it is. 14th line. Where is 14th line? Okay, we don't actually have any category, so that's not necessary at all. Let's try. You are registered successfully. This should be changed to you are logged in. Let's try again. You are logged in. And you can do also one thing. When the function is completed, then you can set the email value to blank again and set the password value to blank again too. So upon logging in, those will be blank again. But as we are just developing this application, we will have to fill the form again and again, so we won't be doing that. But on deploying, you should do that actually. We have created the front end login page as well as the register page. We don't need to save this. So now let's head over to the backend and let's start implementing the backend. So we will minimize the front end for now and full screen this. Let's go to the backend, index.js, and let's start working on the backend. Now we will have to use MongoDB, so we will require the mongoose package. Const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. A good practice is to create a .env file in the root, not in the root but in the root of the folder, and set your Mongo URI here, Mongo_URI or whatever name you want to give it, and use this inside your index.js like mongoose.connect, mongoose.connect, process.env dot the environment variable. But we won't be using it this way. We will just simply copy this, your DB name, copy, and then we will use this the manual way. But in deployment, you should follow that syntax. And in case you haven't set up your MongoDB, you can try out MongoDB Atlas, which gives free credits to students as well as they have free tier. But I'm using MongoDB Compass in my computer. And one thing to make sure that MongoDB runs on this port, but make sure that in latest update of Node.js, they're not actually supporting this local host. Instead, you have to type the host, which is 127.0.0.1. Then name your collection. Let's name it LinkTree 9. And when the connection is established, you get these functions. So upon establishment of this connection, we will have a callback. So inside the callback, we will console.log MongoDB connected. And if the connection fails, then catch enters, and catch will have a parameter named error, and this will console log the actual error.message. And in development, so that we don't run into any issue, we will set strict mode for query conditions to false. For that, type mongoose.set strict query to false. And let us now start with the functions. So we will use app.post, and on path API/register, we will have a callback which will have parameter request and response. For now, we are sending a response. We won't send this. We will have register. You can use Postman to check this path, and for that we have to obviously start the server. So let's head over to server and do npm start. And node1 has started. I will close all the rest of the tabs. Don't save, always discard, and open a new tab, and let's make it smaller. And I will do what? I will just split screen again. So MongoDB connected, it is showing that. And let's go to localhost 8080, localhost 8080, and then on path API-register, we'll send a post request. Why isn't it full screen? I have to make it full screen, it's not that responsive. So when we send this post request, it sends a response of register. So the path is working fine. I will just minimize this and start working on this. You can also separate out this function. This is a great concept. So I will just cut this one and create a function here called register user, const register user. And this function will be the same function we just cut out from here, and this function will now be used as a callback function. And let's now test this thing again with Postman. So when we do that, we get our response. This is just awesome, and this just produces the concept of controllers. And if you don't know much about controllers in Node.js and you're new to Node.js, then you can check out this blog post by IndGeek. I have written the blog post. This uses examples to make you understand what is controllers, and it also differentiates between routes and controllers, which are almost controversial to beginners. Okay, coming back to our project. So we will cut this function and we will create a directory inside the server named controllers, and inside that we will create auth.js. We will paste the function here, and this need to export the function module.exports register user. And in order to use that function, we have to just import the function const the function name, the register user function name, and we have to put the path, obviously require dot slash, where is the file? Controllers. Okay, so dot slash controllers slash auth. So the function is now imported and we are using this function as a callback. Now let's try again, and again the response is coming back. Let's try changing the response. Let's open this and register from callback, and let's try. This is working fine. Voila. And in the same way, we can create const login user function, which will have the same parameters, and let's send for now. And we will export the function login user. Okay, let's just close all other tabs. They are so much confusing for now. And let's create another path, app.post API/login, and this will use a function called login user, and we will have to import that, include it here, login user. And let's try sending a request to login API/login. Login from callback is the response. And let's now write the actual functions, but before that we have to create models for our users. So users will be signing up, so we have to save all their information. For that we will create a models directory, and inside the models we will create a file named user.js. So we have to require the mongoose, const mongoose is equal to require mongoose, and then we need model and schema as well. Model schema from mongoose. This is the mongoose we are requiring first, and from that mongoose we are using model and schema. But make sure that you're using capital letter of this S when using the schema. We will first create a schema for our user. User is equal to new schema. So user will have a name which will be type string, and it will not be required by default as we are receiving user handle, so user handle will be required. And we need bio will be as well type string. So better we just copy this type string portion and paste this for each one. And we need email, again type string, and this one will be required. So we need this upon signing up, required, set it to true, and everyone's email should be unique, so set unique to true. When someone enters the email that the database already has, so it will return a duplicate key error. And we need avatar. This will be the user's image URL, so this will be the string type as well. And we have to set a default value for here, but we will do that later. And we need password obviously, which will be type string as well as required true upon signing up. And then we need role, which we just saw in the pricing page that we have 3 roles. We also have that on register page, creator, agency and brand. So we have to define the roles here in the database. It will be type string, but it will have 3 variations. So what will be those? It will have creator, brand, agency, and another one we have is admin type. We haven't used the admin type in the front end because that will be for backend purpose, and this will be much more secure in this way. And when users sign up, there will be assigned default role which will be creator. If they haven't chosen anything like brand or agency, they will be assigned the creator role. So we will add a default value, creator, default will be creator. And now the user handle, this will be type string, again type string, this will be required, and this should be unique. This is a must. And when users try to add their links, the links will be a array type. So we will have an array, and each array of links will be having a URL which will be type string, and each link will have a title. And later in the next course we will have icon for each link. And as we need social media of those users, so we will add a field of social media, and this will be an object. Let's first start with Facebook, then Twitter, then Instagram, then YouTube, then LinkedIn, and then GitHub. For scalability purposes, you can also add website. We have already that inside the links, so we don't need website. But if you want to accept donations, that we will be covering in the later part, if you want to do that, then you can also add a donations array. So this will be an object, and then you can accept PayPal links, Venmo links and others. So that's a different purpose. We don't actually need them, and let's just remove them. And we have to name our collection. So we will name the collection, what will be? The collection will be named user data, user data LinkTree. And now let's create a model from this. We will name this user model from schema user data from user. Okay, it was capital, and now we will have to export this module.exports user model. And upon exporting, we have to obviously import that inside our backend. So as we are not using Mongoose directly inside here, so inside the auth we will import the user model. Const user is equal to require dot slash models slash, what is the file name, user. I don't know why the server crashed. Let's check this. Cannot find the model slash user. Okay, we are using the same path inside this, so we have it outside another directory, so we have to go outside the directory. And now let's check MongoDB connected. Now we have set up our model, and let's delete this REST send. Now we are ready to receive anything from our front end. So let's open the front end and start sending anything. Let's open to register page, and inside the handle register function, now we have to implement the backend part. We will be using fetch that comes within JavaScript, so we are not using anything like Axios. Inside this you have to pass the backend path where you will be making the call to. So we have the backend path like http localhost on port 8080/API/register. So let me explain this a bit. The path, the backend was on localhost. Let me divide that and let me show you. This is the backend URL, localhost 8080, and this is the backend code. And inside the backend we are heading over to API/register path. This is the API/register path. Upon calling this, we are executing this function if we have a post request. So defining post request, we have to add this method as post. Make sure post is on capital letters, and we have to set a headers type, which is content dash type to application JSON. Make sure this is slash instead of a dash like content type, and we will add body. But before that, make sure as you are using a content type JSON, you have set up the Express JSON middleware. So for that we will make some space and you app.use express.json. This is a middleware for interacting with JSON. As we are making call from another port, we also need cross origin resource sharing. So for that we will require course require course, and we have to use course as a middleware for each and every request. You can also specifically define the path for the course request like localhost and specific domain names, but for now we are accepting each and every call from any domains. So now coming back to the apply.js, now set the body type. Now stringify everything we will be sending, json.stringify, and let's find what we'll be sending to backend. We will send handle, email, password and category. So let's type them: handle, email, password and category. These are the 4 things that will be sent to this path. And let's open up the backend. Let's open the register. Those 4 things, these will be received in the backend. We will destructure them: handle, email, password and category. And we will destructure them from what? Request.body, as we are sending them via body. Here you can see we are sending them via body, and that was a request. So request body, and we are destructuring them to each and every variable. And let's now, for debugging purpose, console log them. Request.body. When we receive a call, we will just console log them and see if they are being received properly or not. And let's try sending something. Open the apply page, and let's open the network tab also. I will bring that here to see what requests are going to backend. So I will handle test @gmail.com, and let's name it test1 and set a password test, type creator and send apply. You are registered successfully, but not actually I'm registered. That was supposed to be sent without any type of checking. So let me just check this. This is a options pre-flight request, and this is the actual post request, which is, I believe, not actually sent properly. So this is the type of, we are not getting back any response, right? We are receiving everything inside the backend, so we have to send a response, obviously. Now send a response res.json. The response will be message, success and status 200. Let's check this, and in the front end, we will remove this one and add a condition here: only if our fetch request is properly done, then do something. Then whatever response we get, convert them to JSON, and then whatever data we receive after the previous function, then do this. If data dot message, what was the message again? If data dot message is equal to success, if data dot message is success, then only this notification will be sent. Or if that doesn't work as expected, then we will receive this toast. We will paste the same toast here, but instead of the success message, we will receive the error message, error.message. Let's see. Let's give it a try. Username will be test2 and this will be test2. Let's see. You are registered successfully. Let's see the backend console, and test2 is received. test2@gmail.com is received. Now let's work on the register function. Upon receiving all these details, let's now create an user. Const user await. To use the await, we have to make the function asynchronous. Async await user.create. We will pass handle and email, and the password is named, let's see the model. Password is as password. Where is it? Password is password. But one thing is different here. We don't have any category field in our user model. Instead we have role. So we will pass that category as role. Role category. And for users to have at least a single link, we will create a default link. Const default link. This one is optional, but this can sometimes crash your application, so it's safe to add a default link. So whenever there will be no link, your application might crash. So we will add a URL, typefinance.com. Title will be type finance. You can add anything whatsoever, that does not matter. And icon will be blank, obviously. Let's check again. We had 3 fields: URL, title, icon. We have added 3 fields. You can also just simply add blank here, that does not matter as long as you are adding something, but I will add that. And we have to pass that default link also. In the links field, we are adding array element default link, and we are good to go. But when we are creating any users, we have to also make it secure. So for that we will use JSON Web Token. For now, just stop the server. We have to install 2 packages: npm install JSON Web Token, which will be used for signing JWT, and another one is JWT decode. We will install both of the packages. They are now installed, so let's start working with them. I will just make the front end smaller, and let's import the JWT in the auth. Const JWT require JSON Web Token. And whatever we receive from the user, we have to verify first and then sign it and send it to the user. So for that we will create a token, const token, and we will use a property of jwt.sign. And what we will sign the email. You can also grab the user ID from MongoDB and merge it with this and send the token to frontend. And in order to sign this, you need a secret key. You can just do secret or whatever your passcode, but I will make it properly scalable. So for that we will use .env, and inside the env we will use our secret key. Secret underscore jwt will be test key, and we will now use this secret key. But for that, in index.js we have to require the .env. It will be like require .env, and run the config function of it, and then you will be able to use the process.env anywhere inside this index.js, as the function is being imported and run on the index.js finally, so we don't have to again import the .env here. So we can just do process.env and paste the name here. And when we are sending response, so add the token here. This will be named as token, and the token will be passed. And along with that we will pass the user ID too. So we will pass user, which was this user. So we will pass this ID. In MongoDB, the ID, object ID, is stored as _ID. And we have a status. The status I will add success, and message will be user created, SUCCESS. And we will have to return this. And let's just add a try catch block so we don't run into problems. We'll cut this everything and let's add a try catch block. And inside try we will add our main code, and when any error happens this will be caught by the catch and the error message will be returned. We will copy the same syntax here we used here, and inside res.json we will add error happened. Okay, so the message will be custom. So we will do error.message. The actual error message will be sent as message, and the status will be error, and we won't be passing any token as well as not any ID. And now let's create an user and see it reflecting in our database. We will come to our front-end dashboard and clear up the network tab. Let's make an actual user, name it actual, and the email ID will be actual@gmail.com, password will be actual. And let me open up the MongoDB compass. I will connect and open up my LinkTree 9 that I had. Open this up, start applying. The request is pending, failed to fetch. Let's see what happened. Okay, we stopped our server while installing the JSON Web Token. We have to again start the server. Run npm start command. The server has crashed. Let's see what is the reason. Cannot find .env. We probably haven't installed .env, so let's install this .env. And let's start it again, and let's see if MongoDB is connected. MongoDB is connected. Before returning, we will have to console log the user to debug this. Console.log user. So if user is created, then it will console log this. And before that, we will add a message user. Yeah, that's great. Now let's send a request. The fetch request is post. Okay, fine. Preview, we get a preview. So this is the token that is being sent to us, and this is the ID. That means that we have it. We have created the user. Let's give it a refresh, and yes, we have created the user. The password is actual, the handle was actual that we just did. So let's try to send another request, and this time this is option request and this is post request. As you can see, the message is having duplicate key error collection, and we don't have actual user. We have the same user we had previous time. So this is working just as we expected. And let us just send the duplicate key error to frontend, so user can understand that someone else is using this handle, so that they won't scratch their mind off. So let the users know that someone else is using that. In the catch, we will modify this and send a toast.error, try a different username. I believe setting only this won't work. We have to tweak the backend. Where is the backend code? And let's check what was the error key. The error key was 11000, and let's work with it. When the catch is happening, if error.code is this, then we are going to send the response as return response.json, and let's copy this and send a customized message. Try different handle or email. This is the error, and when the duplicate key error occurs, that's basically for duplicate email or duplicate handle, as we are using unique true for both of them. So we are just warning users that try different handle or email, because the one you are just trying has already been used by someone else. When if is not activated, this will just simply send the error message. So this is a great way to let the user know of what error they are actually receiving. Now when the backend is completed, Now let's head over to the register page and do something like local storage saving, local storage. And if data.message is equal to success, we will just extend this function, and we want to set an item to local storage, and the item name will be LinkTree token, make it unique. And we want to set the token to local storage with this name. We are receiving, make sure we are receiving the token. We are receiving the token that we just created via gwd.sign to our frontend, and this data that we are parsing, we are saving data.token. So the token that we received, let's see in the first call, this is the token we received to our frontend, and this will be set to our local storage. And why we are actually saving this, it will help us with the authentication. And let's do something new. Let's make the user interface more user friendly. So we will also check when the form is actually submitted. For that, we will create a state variable, submitted, and set submitted. Use state. Initially it will be false, and when actually the registration is successful, we will set it the set submitted to true. Instead of rendering a new item upon signing up, when any user signs up and the registration is successful, then we can just forward them to login page. We have to import the router, import use router from next router, and we have to initialize it. Const router is equal to use router, and on successful registration we can just remove that, but I will keep that for now because I have some other plans on that. So upon successful registration, we will just simply push. We can do router.push the URL we want users to navigate to. We will do login, and let's try this out. Let's refresh this. demo to @gmail. Oh, why this is capital? gmail.com, and set this as password, agency type. Yeah, you can now see on creation of account we have moved to the login page, but we don't actually need login page because we already have saved our token. Let's check the token. This is the token that is already saved to localhost, and now we can do anything. We are already logged in. Let's first close this DevTools. Let's say we create a page which will actually check if you are logged in or not, and if you are not logged in, it will transfer you to login page. So it will actually validate your authenticity. So let's try implementing it. Okay, I accidentally removed the content that I had here while talking. So let's see the dashboard page right now, which does not use any authentication at all. This is the dashboard page. Let's center it so it's more visible, and I will add this section.main, and it will be here, and it will have a flex column. No, I don't need that. I need justify center. So it is at the center. So now let's import use effect hook, and upon loading, the use effect hook will run once. We will do use effect and the callback function with a dependency array, and we will keep the dependency array empty so that it will run only once. And if the local storage get item, what was the item name? It was LinkTree token. If the item is not there, then we will return, and we will move to window.location to link to page login, and let's try this. So when we refresh, as we already have this item, so this won't send us to login page. As soon as we delete this item, remove item, so the item is now gone. Let's check it by doing get item. We don't have this token, so let's give a refresh, and you can see it is now sending us to the login page. Now try logging in we haven't actually implemented the functionality for login. So now try registering again for an account, but immediately after this we will add login function for our backend. So now let's create an account 39. We have CCC gmail.com created, and we have this is being console logged. And let's now try getting the item. We have it, and let's move to dashboard, and we will now be allowed to access the dashboard. Yes, and now as I said, let's implement the login. And now we will do backend implementation here, backend here, and coming to our login user, we will receive the same from request body, but we won't receive the handle as well as not the category. We will only receive the email and password from the front end. Let's open up the login page. Coming to the login page, we are receiving email and password, and everything else will be just like the register. We will add a try catch block, and inside try we will find a user. Const user is equal to user.find1. This is a method that Mongoose provides, and we will find them via email, the email they provide in the form, and the password and email both should match. We will query via email and password, and we will console log the user. And if there is no user, that means we haven't found any user with that same email or password. So we will return from here, return response.json. Status is error. The error is invalid credentials. So one very important thing here, you should not say that the email is wrong or the password is wrong. You should always say that invalid credentials. When we just expose that what specific thing is wrong in your credentials, then hackers can actually modify their query and their task will be very much easy to crack your database. So we should always say invalid credentials, then the hackers will be confused that which one is actually wrong, the email or the password. So that is it. And now let's generate a token. Just like a JWT sign, we will use the same syntax. We will sign the email with this secret key that we have in our env environment file, and we will send it as a response, return res.json, and copy this same thing, user created. We have to change the message, user found, and status is success, token is this, and ID is user ID that we have in our MongoDB object ID, this one. So when any error happens, then we will return something else. Maybe return the same thing we returned for creation of accounts. And now coming to the front end, we have to implement it now. We will again use fetch, and now the path is http localhost 8080 port, and it is API/login. Let me make sure that the path, where it is it, index.js. Yes, the path is API/login. Yep. And the method is post. Let me again make sure that the method was post, or else I'll be confused to have an error. So method is post, and we have to set headers, content type application /JSON, and then the body JSON stringify, and we will be sending email and password, email comma password. And let me make sure that we have them. Okay, we are sending email and password as body. Our header is content type application JSON, and we are using JSON parser. And fetch URL is http localhost 8080 API/login. Okay, all set. And then we use .then. The response will be passed, and then whatever response we receive as data, we will process it. If data.status, what was the status? Let me check. If it is successful, then status is success. If data.status is equal to success, then do this. If data.error, okay, no, we don't have any error passing here. If our status is error, and this is both are our status errors, so I will name this something else. I will name this not found. If our data.status is equal to not found, then we will send a toast.error, user not found. And if any error occurs, then we will do catch error console.log error. And when we have found the user successfully, we want to set local storage item also. Local storage set item and LinkTree token, and the value will be data.token. Make sure we are passing the token. This is return. We are passing the token. Yes. Let's try logging in. I actually forgot all the username and ID. Let's try this one. The password is actual. Okay, let's log out first. Local storage remove item. And we are now logged out, and let's try logging in. The password is actual and login. Okay, there is some error. Post is not defined. Okay, we forgot something. We actually forgot to add the commas. Let's try again. You are now logged in, and let's clear this up and check if we have the token. Yes, we have the token. And now we can access the dashboard. Yes, we can access the dashboard. So the login function is now also implemented. We can also add a step here. Just as we did with the apply, upon signing up, we were redirected to our login page. So upon logging in, we will be redirecting the user to the dashboard. So we will import use router from next router, and we will implement it here. Const router is equal to use router, and when everything is successful, then router dot push dashboard. Let's try this again also. So we will, for logout, we will use this remove item. We are now logged out. When we refresh this, it will redirect us to login page, and then again login actual, then try to log in, and you can see it has moved us to dashboard. And I actually have to get rid of this. This keeps popping up every single time. So this is it. We have implemented the login page from Frontend. So in this tutorial, we have implemented the login page, the register functionality, the login functionality, and in the upcoming tutorials, we will be implementing the dashboard page, the link tree, and the social, the profile editing, everything. So stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome back to the part 4 of this course. As we previously said, we will start with the dashboard designing, and let's say what is our progress with dashboard. Let's start the server, and this is the dashboard right now. We haven't actually done anything at all. We only have this validation user check, so we will remove the content. So everything is gone. Now let's start designing it. First, create a parent div, and let's not give it a class name for now. and I will create a main section. The main is being created just for semantic purposes, and inside the main I will create sections. First I will create a section, and there will be another section which will be for analytics. So we won't be implementing the analytics for now, but we will keep the section for now. And our whole content will be inside the first section. And before the main, we will have our header. We will implement the header later, so we will just keep it there. And let's start designing the dashboard boxes. Let's first create a box and we will copy it 4 times. Before designing it, let me open the reference image for it. So I have opened my dashboard reference image here. This dashboard has 3 levels. First one is header, second one is the boxes, and third one is the analytics. We will be implementing only the header as well as the boxes that will have information individually. But we won't be implementing the analytics part for now. That's for another time. And let's start coding. First split this up so it's much more visible. And I will switch to our page. So inside a simple box, I will give it a display flex, items center. And let's just close this terminal for now so it's better visible, and collapse this part. So before starting to design the box, let's take a look at the reference box image. So this one is having a complete box and 2 separate sections. One is SVG and another one is text. So we will create 2 divs. And this one will have our SVG, the first one, and the second one will have our text. So let's add the image right now. Image src. Let's see what SVG do we have inside the public directory for now. We have email and IG. Let's use the email one, and later we will change it obviously. And let's add a width to this. For that we will add W6. Let's see, it's visible now. And let's add a demo title. And let's now style them. Taking a look at the reference image, we have an actual number which will keep track of our growth and all, and another title. So for that we will create 2 spans. First one will be having our numbers. This will be inline block. Text size will be a bit larger and font will be bold, and it will have our number. And another one will be a bit lighter, so that will be our title. It will have a text color of gray 500. Let's name it links, and let's give it 5 links. So it's visible that 5 links we have. And we can also change this to a URL SVG, but we will do that later. Let's first focus on our designing. Let's style the SVG. Let's give it a background color of, let's say, BG red 400. Then inline flex, then flex shrink 0. And if you hover over this, it will show that the flex shrink is being applied. And let's center it by item center and do justify center also. Give it a height 816, width will be also 16. And after adding the height and width, you can see the item center and justify item center is now on action. And let's now give it a border radius. I will give it a border radius of circular, so that will be rounded full. And give it a margin right of, let's say, 6. And now let's style the outer box. For that we will come to this section and give it a padding of 24 pixels and background white. Give it a shadow, and let's just give it a border for now and give a bit of border radius. And now the main twist is here. We have to make this box dynamic so that we don't repeat it actually. So for that we will cut this whole box out and create a component for it. We will come to components and create a component named link box. And inside that create a React arrow function component and paste this. Give it proper indentation and let's import it. Make sure it is being exported, and let's import it here. Import link box from components / link box. Let's use it here. So it will be visible, and let's now copy this and paste this twice. So 2 of them will be visible, and now the main twist will be here, that we will make all the content dynamic. So for that we will edit this link box. Let's collab this again, and we will be receiving props, which will be link box title for this title, and we will be receiving link box number, link box xvg. This one is the title, this one is the number, this one is the svg, and we will also pass this background color also. So for that, link box theme, and let's use them inside here. So this one will be lb title, this one will be lb number 5. Let's change it with lb number. And where is it? The svg will be dynamic in this way, so make it dynamic, then use backtick, then svg for path. This is svg folder path, and then make the svg component dynamic. So for that we will use template literal, and we will pass this one here, and then svg. This might not be visible right now, but we will just implement in the dashboard. And let's do this background color dynamic also. For that, just cut out every class we have right now and make this dynamic. Let's add bg, then template literal, then this one lv theme, then dash whatever intensity of background color you want. I want 500, then give a plus and then double quotes, then again paste our classes. Make sure to keep our dynamic class inside backticks. So now nothing is visible. Let's now make changes to our link box. We will pass the props here. lb title, link box title should be links, lb number, make it let's say something 12, lv svg, we had this email, and lb theme red. And let's see if this works or not. Red is not working. Let's see what is the problem here. Let's try making it manually if this works. Yeah, now this works. I don't know why it happened, but it just happens in localhost. Copy this one and replace it with our next link box, and let's change this blue and make sure that it works. No, it does not work, and we will have to again manually tweak this, make it blue once so that it loads up, and then Ctrl Z. It will work now. And let's change this. This one should be IG SVG we have here. That's why the IG is working. Or else if you just put random words, this will not load up. We have it in our SVG folder, that's why it works. So make it growth. This will change. And put any number like 30%. Okay, no, 0% not. Make it 30%, and this will be changed. And later we will not be passing static data here. This will also be fetched from database. And let's now style this whole section. For that I will add classes and make it display grid on medium type of devices. It will have grid template columns too. Let's see. Yes, this works. And on extra large devices, grid columns will be 4. Let's try it once. Yes. Minimize it again, and let's copy them and try it out ourselves. You can see the columns are 4, and let's add a gap between them. So there will be gap 5. Yes, gap 5 looks well. And let's now download some SVGs for them, because these ones does not look good on them. So let's change them. Let's search for URL This one is good. As usual, we will remove the width and height and copy this one, full screen, expand, and inside SVG folder create url.svg, paste this one and change it to URL. See, this will be changed to URL. And let's try out some other SVGs like growth. Let's use something minimal. Copy this one, create growth.svg, paste this, change it to growth. Yes, this one works. And now let's implement the user header that will have majority of our links. So this one will have this pan, some other buttons, and two other buttons at the left side, which will have this LinkTree editing button and this profile editing button. So let's come to our code and let's create a component out of it. So we will create a component named user header, and let's create it actually user header.js, React arrow functional component snippet. And okay, we have probably misspelled it here inside dashboard user header, and let's now import it also. Import user header from /components/user header. Let's remove whatever we have currently and indent this properly. Let's add fragments, and for header we will use header tag, and for two separate sections, two separate divs. The first one will be having two separate buttons, edit profile and edit URL. Let's add two buttons to them. This is first button and this one will be second button. Let's take a look at the designing of the buttons. A single button will have a SVG icon followed by a title. So let's come to SVG viewer and search for profile. This one is good looking. Let's delete width and copy this. Create an SVG user.svg and paste this here. Let's add the SVG here, image source /svg/user.svg. Let's see if that is visible. Split screen, and we probably have not added any width. Class name w6. Yes, it is visible. Let's now collapse this sidebar and add a title to the button. Edit profile. We probably have to add inline flex to this, so let's add class name inline flex. Make it width full for now. So in mobile it will take up whole space, but in larger devices it will have width auto. So for that, medium W auto. And in order to take its full width, we have to also make the two buttons column wise. So for that we will add flex and flex column. And in desktops we have to make it flex row. So let's copy this button and paste this here. Let's see what is the progress, and we now have to style this button. We will be styling both of the buttons together, so just select both together and let's start adding. Padding X 5, padding Y 3. It will start taking the shape, and text will be purple. We will be changing the text color for single one, and we will do that later, but for now let's just add this. Text color purple and font bold, and on hover we will change the text color. Let's just make it full screen. On hover, text should be a bit darker, purple 700. And also on hover, make the background color change. Background color should be purple 100, and give it a border radius rounded MD and a margin bottom of 3. Let's see what is the change. So this does not look that good right now, so let's make some other changes. First, change this to text red. Let's see how it is. This one should be red, and this one make it also red. So on hover, this is the color, this is the color, and let's add some spacing after the SVG. So for both of the SVG, let's add margin right, MR4, too much, so MR3 will be good. And let's now add border to whole button. That is the main thing that will differentiate those two buttons. So add border, let's see how it is. Border is too light, so we will add border too. And let's also add some border color too. Border purple 500, and for this we will make border red 500, so make it red. And this button will have a left margin ML4. Yes, but in mobile devices we don't need that margin. Let's see how the mobile design is. See, we have the margin left in the mobile, and this is looking kind of bad, so we will make only it available for medium to large devices. So this is looking kind of great now, and when we zoom out, this is it. And let's just give some padding to the whole header. So we will add padding 8. Let's see how it is, and too much, so we will add padding 5. Let's see how it is. It is looking great now. And let's just change this. This one should be edit links, and the URL should be URL. Okay, great. And now we should add the user here, and this will be inside this second div. For that, let's take again a look on the reference image. This is having an image, then whatever pack we have chosen, then the username and some other icons. So first grab this image. For that we will use flat icon, and here we will type avatar, and this is the avatar we've been using. If you want the same styling but other gender, we have this character too, but I will use this one. Copy image address. And while creating our database model, I once mentioned that we will be needing an avatar default URL, so let's just add it right now. We have avatar here, and let's add a default value to this. So default image URL will be this, and users can later change this one. So move it here. Let's cut that one. Let's first create a div. Inside this we will have two separate divs. One will be having our username and the pack we are using currently, and another one will be having our user image. So let's first create the one that will be having our username as well as the creator pack. This one, make it text size extra small, and in medium devices the text size will be normal. It will have a display flex, and flex will be flex column, and make it flex wrap. And now let's add content pan. Inside that, this will be our username. We will make it dynamic, but for now let's just see the design. And another span that will have our role pack. Divide the screen. Take a look at this. This is not taking the shape at all, so let's just play with the image. This will have another div as I said, and it will have user img. Let's add image, use image source, and whatever the model was, we just pasted it here. For now, just for now, we will copy this image URL and paste it here and close the tag. Collapse it again, give it a class name as well as width, w10. Let's try it. W10 is fine, and make the div class inline flex. This will start taking shape. In order to take the user box to its actual place, we have to add header styling, class name flex row, so it will be positioned on row level. And now do justify between. And now for vertical leveling, make item center. And we can also add some padding here, because this does not have any padding or margin at all. So specifically for the user box, this one is the user box. Let's add some margin right, 5. Okay, this one looks kind of great. And for the name, we will add separate styling. This should be font bold so that it differentiates from other texts. Font bold. The image should have some margin at left side as well, so we will add margin left 5. And I think the letters being right aligned would be a better looking one. Now take a look at the reference image. Here the texts are right aligned, so we will do text right. And also for vertical aligning inside this user box specifically, we will do items center. And let's add some background color to this user box. So for that we will do bg gray 50. Let's try 50. 50 does not actually look that good, so we will do 100. Let's see how it is. 100 is not that much visible at all, so let's try 200. Yes, this is visible. And let's add some padding. Padding X will be 5. Okay, great. Padding Y is 2. And let's now add some border radius. Great. And now let's add some notification icon and logout icon as well. This is the parent div for the right portion. So inside this we will add 2 images, actually SVGs. Let's try them out first. Email.svg. Let's see where is the positioning. So it is now rendering column wise, so make it flex and flex row. Add some width to this SVG, W6. And let's just search for a notification icon. This one is looking kind of good. Let's optimize this, delete this width and height, copy this, create another SVG, notify.svg, paste this, and inside user header notify.svg. Let's try it out. Yes, this is looking fine, but just needs a little bit of modification. And now also search for our logout icon. Logout. This one is kind of slim, so we shall look for other icons. This is looking great. Let's cut this one. Create logout icon. Logout.svg. Paste this. I believe we haven't deleted the width and height, so we will delete width and height. And come to our dashboard, split screen again, and also copy this and paste this one. Change this to logout SVG, logout. Yes, now add some margin right 5. Each of them will be having margin right 5. Now the designing is all set. And now we have to implement the backend for this user box as well as the logout button. So we can just implement the logout button right away. For that, maximize our VS Code and add an on click to this image. It will execute a function called handle logout. And let's now create the function. What this function will do, this function will just simply remove the token that we have stored in our local storage, and then it will forward us to login page. So for that, local storage, remove item. Our token name was LinkTree token. And then router.push, but for that we have to import the user router. Import use router from next router and implement it. Const router is equal to use router, and now we can do router dot push to which page? Login page. And now let's try it out and let's refresh and let's click on this. It will log us out. And let's try to access the dashboard again. Dashboard. Now it will again forward us to login page. So the logout button is working. Just add cursor pointer to both of them. Cursor. Now let's make this dynamic, the dashboard. For that we will come to our NodeJs in index.js, create app.post on path data /dashboard, and it will execute a function named dashboard data, and we have to create this function as well. In controllers, create dashboard.js. Now the function, it will receive two parameters, request and response. And before implementing, we also need the data. So for that we will come to our front end and make a call here. We will use fetch API. For that, now just minimize this one, and to the path http localhost port 8080 data /dashboard, and it will be a post request. So method post headers content type application JSON, and the body we will stringify, and we will send what? We will grab the local storage item, get item, and our token name LinkTree token, and we will send this as token mail. And inside backend we will grab it, and let's close other tabs so it's not much confusing for us. We will receive the token mail const token from request.body, and before implementing, just export this function module.exports dashboard data, and let's import it in our backend. Const dashboard data from path controllers /dashboard, and upon receiving we will first console log this, console.log token mail, and then add a try catch block. So the token we are receiving is actually encoded in JWT, so we will have to decode that. For that we will import our JWT decode, const JWT_decode from JWT decode that we installed previously, and this will help us decode the JWT token. We will store this in this variable const decoded token mail is equal to JWT decode, and this will receive the token mail that we just received from our front end and the secret key that we have inside our environment variable, so we can access it via process.env. And what was the name again? secret_JWT. And now extract the email from it. Const email is equal to decoded token mail dot email. So it will extract only the email from the decoded string, and let's just console log this and give it a name, decoded email. And now we will be finding any user with this email. So for that we will have to import our model. Const user is equal to require ./models/user from this, and we will find it. For that we will use await, and we have to also make the function asynchronous in order to use await. User.findOne via email, and the fields we need for this purpose is const, we will save them in an object, const user data. Let's name it user data. Inside that name field we'll have user.name, the user we are finding here. The name field will contain the name of the user. Then role, user.role. Then we need the avatar, user.avatar. Okay, the spelling is avatar. And we need handle, user.handle, and the links count. For now we are just receiving the links count to show it in our dashboard. Here this will be here, so user.links, and we need the length actually. If you look at our schema carefully, there is our link array. If we have 7 links, so array will be having 7 items, so we are requiring the length item for this purpose. And now return the response, return res.json, message is success from backend, user data, the object we just created, and status. Okay, and if error happens, we will return a response, res.json, status will be error, and the exact error will be sent as error.message, err.message. This is the error, and error.message, aka this error, will contain the exact error that has taken place. And let's come to the front end and receive the items. So on successful completion of the fetch request, we will do .then, whatever response we get, pass it res.json, and then whatever data we get from this, we will check if data.status, if data.status is error, then we will just return it, return toast.error, error happened, and for that we will import toast, import toast from React Toastify. And if error hasn't taken place, then we will have to save the data somewhere. For that we will create a state variable, const data, and set data, use state, we have to import that too, and initially it will be blank object. Come here and use set data function. It will save whatever data we receive, and we have passed the user data, so data.user data. And after this we will create a local storage item, local storage set item, and we will name this user handle, and the data for this will be data.userdata.handle. Let's check this again. Let's cut the user model, and we were receiving the handle and then the user data, so the data will be actually data.userdata.handle. And after the success, we will toast.success, we will do data.message, which actually was success from backend, or make it better, user loaded. We can change that later, so don't mind about that. And let's now handle any error, so we will do catch error console.log, whatever error is there. And now we have set the data after successful completion of the fetch request. Now make use of this data, so we will pass the data to user header as a prop, and let's now receive it. Where is the component? Yes, it is here. So we will receive it here. Let's destructure the data, const what we had here, name, role, avatar, handle, links, name, role, avatar, handle, links from the data. And let's replace all this data as dynamic value. In the place of name we will use name, in the place of role pack we will use role, and where are the other fields? This is the avatar, so as src we will change this, we will use avatar. And we can do one thing, we can just replace this with handle, as initially we are not accepting any name when user signs up, so we are receiving the handle, so the handle should be inside their dashboard. And let's come to dashboard, and as we previously said, we will make one of the link box dynamic. So here we will just replace this as data dot what we were passing, the links length. So if there are 15 links, it will return 15. So we will pass data.links. So let's see what our output is. So we haven't actually logged in. Let's see still what is the output. We have to log in and we don't remember any password, so we have to create another ID, demo user 11 @gmail.com. Let's copy this and make it password. Create a type. The backend is not working. Okay, the backend is not working, so we have to split the terminal. cd:/server npm start. Let's start the backend. Okay, NodeMod app crashed. Let's see why it is. So it is saying cannot find module_modules. What is it? Okay, we probably have typed something random. I don't know what that is. We will have to replace this with user and let's see. I don't know what that came from. And let's try again. You are registered successfully and let's log in. You are logged in. We have one default link that, let's see, we have this default link that we have in register function. Where is it? Yes, this is the default link that we have. That's why it is showing that we have one link. And let's see, we have the username demo user 11 and we are using creator pack. That's why it is showing that. Let's now try logging out. We are now logged out and let's log in again to check this. Login. Let's remove the notification and this is working fine. And in the next tutorial we will create the link editing page as well as the profile editing page. Hey guys, welcome back to the part 5 of this course. In previous part we created the dashboard page and now in this part we will be implementing the user Linktree page. To create a user's unique Linktree, we will be using dynamic routing by Next.js. Let's take a look at that. This is dynamic routing, where you specify a page name inside square brackets and whatever page you call on that path can be received via router query and can be used further to make backend calls. So let's get back to coding and I will explain further there. Let's create a page inside square brackets, obviously, handle, close the square bracket and .js. Create a React as a functional component and let's name it handle. You don't necessarily have to keep it inside square brackets. I will remove this text. And the Linktree we will be implementing, we will make another component for this. Name it Linktree. And let's create a component for this, Linktree.js. And for this create another React as a functional component. Let's start designing the actual Linktree page. Use React fragment. Inside that create a section. And first will be our avatar image. So let me open up the reference image for this. This is the reference image. As you can see, first we have our user image, then the username, then the user bio, and then we will have our link tree, then we have social handles, and at last we have our sharing button. So the link tree component we are working on will have only this portion where we have image, name, bio and links, and the social section will be inside another component and the share button will be our third component. So here I will add an image. The source will be currently blank. I will later make it dynamic, that will get the data from backend. And then h2 which will have the username and make it dynamic too. Let me do one thing. Let me just suppose that we are receiving a prop named data, and let me destructure it first. Name, avatar, bio, and what was that? Links array. Links. So now it will be much easier for us to code. So if name is there, then put the name, or else put no. username. And let's just replace the source as well. It will be avatar. Now the bio will be inside a p tag, bio. We will style them later and create a div for the links. Now comes our animation. We will use a lightweight animation library called Framer Motion. Let's give it a try. Let's see their website. It is very much catchy, so you can try this out. And we will now go to documentation. You can see there are quite a few example components. You can play with them. And there are some examples. You can tweak them and see. And you can see there is a prop that is being changed. When we change the slider, the prop value is being changed. So what is Framer Motion? Let me go back to his homepage. Framer Motion is a powerful animation library for React. With Framer Motion, we can create smooth and interactive animation with ease. We'll be exploring only two components, animate presence and motion.div. Let's come to their example. And let's come to animate presence. Animate presence is used to manage animations when components are added or removed from the DOM. And motion.div is a wrapper around the standard div that allows you to animate it using Framer, making it perfect for animating any element in your UI. Let me zoom in a bit and let's talk about the initial and animate prop. The initial prop defines the initial state of the animation, and the animate prop defines the target state of the animation. And let's just understand them via coding. Okay, we have an error here. We have to set the data. Yes. Inside the div, as I previously said, let's take a look at the example. We have everything inside this animate presence component. So I will copy this and paste it here. Give it proper indentation, and every animation will be inside this animate presence wrapper. We will have the links array. So we will iterate over it using our map function. It will have two parameters, link and index. Let's use motion.div. Let's see what is the syntax. And inside that animate presence, we have motion.div. So let's copy this here, the whole syntax, and then we will modify it. The key will be our index for each link component. Let's indent it a bit, and we don't need the exit, so remove this line. Initially our opacity will be 0, and after animation the opacity will be 1. And let's not close the tag here, and we need also our link component, and here will be our link component, and let's close the tag here, motion.div. And inside this we will create our LinkTree card. Let me show you what is LinkTree card. Each link will be a LinkTree card, so we can scale this LinkTree easily. Let's create a component, LinkTree card, LinkTree card.js, and React arrow functional component. Copy this one for now. And apart from just opacity animation, let's add some positional animation. So initially Y position will be 40, and upon animation completion Y position will be original. And we will also add a transition animation. For that we will add transition and give it a delay. We will add delay dynamically. For each index we will multiply it with 0.1 and add let's suppose 0.5 seconds of delay for each element increasingly. So for first element the delay will be 1.1. 0.1 plus 5 will be 0.6 seconds of delay. So for second element it will be 0.2 plus 0.5, 0.7 seconds of delay, and for third element it will be 0.8 seconds of delay, and increasingly further. So let's now start working on our LinkTree card. Here I will remove this and add our fragments. It will be a span. Inside the span we will have link. Obviously we are creating LinkTree, so inside this will be our link, and we have to import link from next link. Add class name, and inside link we will have, let's see what was that, we will have an image or icon and a title, and the whole link will have a URL. So let's create the image, keep it for now, and there will be a title which will be h4, and the URL will be dynamic as well. So we will have to pass those as a prop. We will pass title, URL and image. Let's add image as dynamic image, then URL as URL, and then title of the link which will be title. And now let's pass them here as well. Title as link.title, as we have links array and each link is rendering LinkTree card separately, so we will be using link.title, and then same for URL and image. Link.url, image, link.image. And we are still not receiving any data to the link tree. Let's get back to the handle.js, and we are not passing anything. And as we are using dynamic routing, we can use the powerful features like get static props. And using get static props, we can just do things like this: export async function get static props, which can access the dynamic value and then make calls to the backend like this: const slug is equal to params, and then const res is equal to await fetch like this to backend call. But we will keep things simple and use useEffect hook to fetch data dynamically on the client side. So let's just delete this thing. Before the return, we will use useEffect. useEffect, we haven't imported it, so click on this. It will be automatically imported. The function and the dependency array. In order to get the dynamic value, we have to import the router as well. Import use router from next router. Create a router. Const router is equal to use router. And inside this we will create an if condition. If router query is available, if router.query, and the query name will be handle. So if handle is available, then only execute this piece of code inside this if condition, and we will call the useEffect again when the router query will change, router.query. Initially it will run once, and then if the router query changes, the useEffect will run again. Give it a spacing, and inside that make a fetch call. And we have not implemented the backend yet, so let's come to server, index.js, create a params based function app.get on the path /get handle, and name the callback function get user data. Create this function, come to controllers, name a file get user data.js, const get user data. It will be a async function, request.response. And now come to frontend, to HTTP localhost 8080 /get /template literal. In order to use template literal, we have to convert it to backtick. Now braces router.query.handle. Now you know why we use this question mark here, and it will be a get request, so we won't be defining the methods. Now then pass the JSON response, and after that whatever data we received from the previous, work on that. Let's implement it in the backend. Open up the get user data function. Now we will receive the params as name const handle is equal to request dot params dot handle. Check it again once. We received as handle. Now we will use try catch block. Here we will try to query the database with the name const user will be await user dot find one, and for that we have to import the user model. Const user equal to require /models/user. Now find the user via handle. And after the user is found, console log it. Now create an object from the user which will be named user data. It will have name which will be user.name. From this user we grabbed avatar user.avatar, bio user.bio, and links user.links. And after this we will send the user data as a response. So return rest.json message found user data that we just created, and the status will be success. And if any error occurs, we will console log the error and return a response rest.json status error, and the error will be actual error we get error.message. And we are not yet exporting the function module.exports the function name, and we will have to import the function const the function name, the path here /controllers /get user data. Now coming back to the front end, when the data is received, we will evaluate it. If data.status is equal to error, then we will return a toast error, and the exact error will be sent as notification. And if data.status is success, then we have to store it somewhere. For that you will have to store it const data set data, and initially it will be an empty object. We have to import useState here. And if data.status is equal to success, then set data, whatever data we received, and the name that was where it is. The object name was user data, data.user data. And let's attach a catch block too. And if error is taken place, then console log the error, console.log error. And now we can pass this data to our LinkTree data. The whole object will be sent as prop, and here it will be destructured to name, avatar, bio, and link. We can do another thing. We can see if a user is found or not. For that we can create a variable user found, set user found. Initially it will be false, and when the data.status is success, then we will what do? We will set user found to true. And after that we can also add a validation to this return. We will first check if user is found. If user is not found, then we will render this return div, and if user is found, then we will return whatever we have received. Inside this, currently I will say user not found, and let's just focus on the designing, and after we have done everything, then we will focus when user is not found. Let's start our server and see how it is. We will first split it, cd site npm run dev, and here we will start our backend, cd server npm start. Alright, we have opened up our dashboard, and we have to somehow add a link to our user handle, but now we will manually open up our LinkTree. We will replace the dashboard URL with this. The LinkTree is not defined. I believe we have not imported this. So yes, we have not imported the LinkTree here. Import LinkTree from components /LinkTree. And inside LinkTree we have not imported the LinkTree card. Let's again do that. Import LinkTree card from /linktree card. Let's try. Give it a refresh. Animate presence is not defined. We have not installed the framer motion yet. To install it, let me search it on npm framer motion. Open it up, npm I framer motion, paste it, and it is now installed. And in Linktree we will import it. Import what we used, animate presence and motion div. So we will import the motion as well from framer -motion. Let's start the server again. This is looking very bad without styling, but the success is that we have received data from our backend. Let's now style everything. Come to first Linktree card. We will start styling from the first. Let me add class name, and the span will have width full, and let's give this flex, display flex. Flex will be row wise, and then vertically align the items center, padding of 2. Let me add a border radius XL. Text color will be white, and we have to make background indigo 400. No, 400 will be fine. 400. And on hover we will change the background color. Hover bg indigo 300. Let's just minimize this for now. Give it a margin bottom of 3, margin X of 2, and on hover we will add some on hover animation. Translate x-axis 1, hover translate y-axis 1, and we will add transition all as well as transition duration. Duration will be 500 milliseconds. We will have to give some sizing to this image as well. Image background will be white, rounded will be full, padding will be 1, width will be set 11, and margin right 5. And give the name some sizing. Class name for medium devices, text LG. Let's see how it is. This link animation is fine. The image is too big, so we will come to Linktree. And where is the image? We will add some width to it. Let's add class name W10. Let's see how it is. Let's just split the screen so it is much more better visible. And we have to make it center. Let's give the Linktree class name relative, and we will make the image absolute. Change the width to 20. This will be a pretty big, rounded, full. Let's position the image to center. We will do left 1/2, so it will be left 50%, but we have to center it here. For that we will do minus translate on x-axis, and the value will be 50%, so it will come to center. Give it a margin top of 2. Yup, and now style those others. Coming to the H2, text center, text size will be large, font bold, and padding top, let's say 30 pixels. 30 does not work here, so we have to give 28. So now this is looking fine. So we are not receiving any bio. Let's check the network. What is the problem? Let's refresh it once. And where is our request? Why so? We are receiving the avatar and the links. We are not receiving any other thing like handle or bio. Let's see why is that happening. Let's go to the backend code, get user data, name, bio. Let's first console log the user here. We have been console logging the user, so let's open up our console, give some spacing, restart the server, and now reload this. It shall be console logged. So we don't have any bio here. Yes. So we don't have any bio here, as while signing up we were not collecting any bio, and while returning we are returning the user's name, but instead we want to return the user handle. For now we will return user handle and refresh this, and the no username will be changed to demo user 11. And let's just add the demo user's bio manually. I will open the database, connect. We had LinkTree 9 and collection, open demo user 11. We will add a field named bio. Bio will be software developer, and let's update this, refresh this, and you can see the bio is here. We have to center it, of course. Let's split screen again, collapse this, LinkTree, class name text center, and padding bottom 5, and let's style this div that is containing all the links. We will add class name, give it flex column, so the links will be column wise, justify center, and set a maximum width of 7XL. Let's see what is the 7XL value. So it is having 1280 pixels, and margin auto on medium devices, margin on y-axis will be 5 and width to be full, and on medium devices width will be 2/5. It works in a way, if there is 5 units of space you will use only 2 units. So if you hover over this, it will be showing 40%. So if you calculate, if there is 100%, it will be using 40%. If we divide 2 by 5, we will get 0.4, which is actually 40%. Now we have successfully implemented showing the links. Now we have to do something when any random text is put here and no users exist by that name. We have to style this user not found. Let's come to handle. Where is handle.js? And we have to style this now. Create a div inside this that will have not found class name. This is just for development purposes, and it will have padding x3. Let's add content inside this. Heading 1, user not found, and if you can just add an emoji. I will search for an emoji, emojipedia.org. Sad. Let's use this one. I would close this one, and then add a break, then add a text. If you are looking for a specific page, double check the spelling. If you are looking for a page, double check the spelling. Now we shouldn't have added the break. It looks much better without that. So now we have to center this. For that, use flex, justify center, items center, and let's add height. So item center will now work. Now make the heading a bit more bold. So we will add font bold as well as text size large. And we will also add a link so that users can create their own link tree right under this paragraph. For that, we will use link tag, import the link tag, and the link will be of apply page, and we will say create your own, and inside the link we will say link tree, and we will now have to style this link tree link. So add a spacing here. Yep. And now class name bg indigo 600, padding of x2, yep, and margin left 2, text white, and on hover background will be indigo 400. Let's see. Let's add some transition all, and duration will be 500 milliseconds. So when someone clicks on this, they will be redirected to the register page. This is looking great, I believe, in my opinion. Alright, now we have to implement the social links. So let's come back to the LinkTree page and we have to implement the social links. Here we will be creating another component called social tree. And now create the component social tree.js reactor functional component, and now don't forget to import that like previous time. Import social tree from /components/social tree. Before editing the social tree, we will be creating the data locally. If you remember that I once mentioned that instead of creating same type of data separately, we can just create an object. So we will follow that now. Const social and set social is equal to use state. And now we will create an object which can have separate social media links. So first will be our Facebook. Initially value will be blank. Twitter, initially value will be blank, and same will be for Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and GitHub. Make sure we have those fields in our models. Let me check again. What were those? Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, GitHub. Facebook. Okay, we have all those fields, and we will pass this social to our social link tree. And we now have to grab this social from our database. For that, create another use effect. It will again run when a router query is updated. Again, we will use the same syntax, almost the same syntax. So I will just copy paste here, and instead of the get path, we will use get/social path, or name it socials as we have multiple links. And the same handle will be passed as parameter, and the data we will be saving will be set social, and we will name something else instead of user data, and we don't need set found here. And let's now implement the backend for this. I will full screen this, come to our index.js, create a get function on get/socials, and the parameter is handle, and the callback function name will be get user socials. Create this function. We will create it inside this same controller, const get user socials. But let me first import this because I forget this every time. So I will import this. Now let's implement this. It will be another async function as well, request and response. We will receive the handle request.params.handle, add a try catch block. Inside that first console log what we receive, handle, and then a user will be queried from user model. So for that, use await user.find1, and we will find them by handle. And in social we will save user.socialmedia. I believe this was the name that we used in our model. Okay, this is Socia Media. I forgot to add the L. This will create some problems here, as all those users will have Socia Media in their data. So that's not a big problem. We will create new user that will have the social media in their models. So now after receiving the socials, we will send it to our frontend. For that, return response.json. Message will be found. The data will be socials array we just created, and the status will be success. And if any error occurs, then return res.json. JSON status is error, and the error is error.message. And now open the front end, and we have received the social and the data dot, let me check what was the name, data.socials. Data.socials will be containing the social media object, and this will be stored inside this social variable, and we are passing this social variable as a prop to this social tree. Now open this up, and we will receive the prop like social, and now destructure it, const Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and GitHub is equal to social. And now we can use all those variables inside our social tree. We'll use React fragment, create a div named social. Inside that I will create a link. The link will be automatically imported, and I would like to open the link to a new tab. For that, use target_blank, and the link will be dynamic. Let's say for Facebook, the link will be like https facebook.com and the username /template literal. And what is the username stored? Facebook. And we will use the value as Facebook. And we can further modify this via adding Facebook SVG or icon. For that, we will have to create icons for those 6 social media. I will create that. Let me find them. First, just split them up so it is much easier. First, create facebook.svg. And let's find Facebook. SVG here is, I believe, crashed or something. So let me open svgrepo.com, and I will search for Facebook. Let's search for a good icon. This one looks kind of good. Edit this and copy SVG and paste it here. Let me make sure that everything is well. Okay, and let's use this here. Image source will be /svg/facebook.svg. Let's see if it works or not. Yes, this works, but we have to style this obviously. And I will add a class name w, let's say 6. Yes, the sizing is well. And we have to search for others too. Twitter first. Twitter, edit vector, and then copy SVG. Where is the SVG file? Let's first create all the SVGs. twt.svg. Paste it. Then LinkedIn, linkdn.svg. Search for LinkedIn. Now GitHub. Now Instagram. We already have Instagram SVG. But let's just create another, as we are creating instagram.svg. The name is wrong. Paste it. as we are following the same style, that's why I created a new Instagram.svg. So all of them will be same styled. And any other social media is left. Let me recheck. Social tree. We have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We have YouTube left. So search for YouTube. Copy this. yt.svg. Paste this. And now all the SVGs are created. Let's roll. And let me first style this single one, and we will copy paste it 5 times more. Close this one and split screen. Collapse it. Add class name. Background will be white. Icons border radius will be full. Padding will be 2. And on hover it will have a little bit of grayish. So hover BG, we can add gray, but I will go with zinc 100. For the color change we will add transition applicable to all, and the duration will be 500 milliseconds. And on hover I want to increase the size also, so scale, and we have couple of values. 100 is normal, 105 is a bit more, and 95 is a bit less. So we want something like 110. It shall have a shadow and border 1. Border shall be gray 700. And on x-axis I will have a margin of 1. And it also can't be selected, so select none. And now to make it center, I will add flex to its parent div. Flex row wise. And justify center. Yes, now everything works. You can see there is the animation. And on y-axis add some margin. Yep, this works. So now I will have to just copy paste this 5 times. Just copy it. Now this is for all the social media, and let's just change them. This will be Instagram. This one will be as YT, YouTube. Then LinkedIn. Then we have GitHub. And how can we forget the Twitter? Now we have to change the corresponding URL also. In Facebook we had the URL as facebook.com/Facebook-id. This is Instagram, so Instagram will follow the same syntax. And YouTube follows almost similar syntax, but the newer YouTube update has YouTube @ at someone's channel. But if someone is adding them manually, they can add the @ button. So don't mind about that. And in LinkedIn, we have the similar thing. And same is for GitHub and Twitter. Let's hover over them. You can see the linkedin.com, github.com, as we don't have any social media ID for now. Alright, so we have implemented everything we could. I believe we have only one thing left, that is the share button. So for that we will come to handle.js and create a component called share. And let's create this component. Share button.js inside the components directory. React arrow functional component. Return a fragment. And inside that create a div with position absolute. And we will create a function named copy link. The function will copy the actual link for the user so that he can share the link to their friends or social media or anywhere. We will have to grab the user handle. For that import the package use router from next router and create instance router is equal to use router. Now inside the div we need a SVG icon, so I will find the source for it. Let me go to SVG viewer, and this was not working previously, so we will go with SVG repo and find for share. Let's find a good icon. This one looks good, so we will copy this SVG and create an SVG here inside our public directory. We will name this share.svg, paste this, and in the source we will do / for public, then svg, then inside that share.svg that we just created. So let's see the output. Share button is not defined, so we haven't imported it. Let me close the public, and we have to import the share button. Import share button from / component / share button, and we have to add some classes. Let's add width of 4. The button is now visible, and give it a alt tag, alt share, and let's give some styling to this button. For that we will give it a cursor type pointer, cursor pointer. Give it some positioning, top 28. Let's see where it is, and give some left positioning, left 10. Okay, good. And let's give it a background, PG Indigo 200. Let's see how it is, and give some padding of 2. Okay, and give some border radius too. Alright, almost good looking. We have to give it a positive Z index, so for that add Z10 and add a shadow, medium. In order to differentiate the icon from its shadow, we will add a border of 2. Let's add border color, indigo 400. Yep, looking good. Now we have to implement the click functionality. For that we have to continue the copy link function. Inside we will do navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and the text we will be writing is the domain name. Let's suppose your domain name is example.com or linktree.com or anything. We will put it here, and you can just do process.env and put your domain name in the environment variable. Here we will do it manually. HTTP localhost port is 3000 / then template literal router.query.handle, and after copying, let's give a notification to the users, toast copy it to clipboard, and we have to import toast from React Toastify. And now let's use this function on click of this div. So let's add on click on this, on click copy link. So let's try it out. When we click on this, it says copy to clipboard, and when we paste this, you can see this is the text value that we copied, and press enter, and this will load up the link tree. So any user just can click on this and share this link to their GitHub, Instagram, or anywhere. In the next part, you will learn how to update the profile, including the image, how to update all the links. We will create a separate page where users can include the URL and title for them, and another page will be created where users can include their social media links. So stay tuned for that. Hey guys, welcome to the part 6 of this course. While editing the previous video, I found some modifications. So let me come to the first one. In the backend's index.js, we missed a / here, and we are making 2 separate calls for our dashboard. So we will comment it out and implement the same task inside a single function. We are grabbing handle in both the functions, and the second function is returning the user's social media, and the first function is returning the essential fields. So we will merge it via this. We will require the social and pass the social with the first function and give a comma here. So now we will see the front end where these function calls are being made. This is at handle.js. So this is the extra call that is grabbing the social handles. So I will comment it out, and this was setting the socials. So I will copy this and I will paste this here, as this call is now returning the socials also. This should now work. We have two more modifications. In the user header, we will put the LinkTree link in our user box. So we have our user box right here. So I will wrap this inside a link. Now let's first start the server to see the changes. cd site npm run dev cd server npm start. Let's refresh this. Let us open the dashboard, and we don't have the dashboard direct link in our header, so we have to edit that too. We have the nav bar, and we will change this to dashboard and change its text to dashboard. Now I have logged in with the account. Now this should redirect us to the user's Linktree. So we have link tag here. So now we have to change the link to the user's Linktree. For that we have to use braces. Then inside that we will use template literals, then the domain name. Then we will use template literal and the user handle. And let's see the change. When we hover over this, at the bottom you can see the link tree is here, and this is now visible. So another modification we can do here is that we don't have any default icon here for the default link. So I have a URL. So I have this icon URL. I will copy this. So I will come to our register function where the register function is, and in the icon field we have blank. So we will replace it now. Still it won't be visible because where we have implemented the link tree, we have passed link image, but if we see our model, it is having icon field, not image. So this was a mistyping that we did. So I will change it to icon, and now I have to create a new user to see the changes. I will come to my website, go to dashboard, then log out and create a new user, user 12. Give it an email ID and set that password and login. You can see when I click on this, the icon will be appearing. I can change its full border radius to somewhere like, I will come to Linktree and I will change the rounded full to rounded medium. Let's see how it is. Yeah, it is looking good. So we had these kind of modifications, and there are several more modifications, but I will discuss them later. The data we are acquiring in the dashboard, which is role, handle and avatar, we will be requiring that at many places. So we will make that data globally available using Context API. For that, inside our client directory, create a directory named context, and inside that create a file named user context.js. Now import the create context from React. Now create a simple null context, and the name will be user context create context, and we have to now export this user context. And now come to _app.js. We will import the context. So import user context from /context/user context. Now create a blank state object, which name will be const user data, and set user data. Use state, and initially the object will have blank values like name, role, avatar, handle. And now we will wrap our main component inside user context.provider, user context.provider, and the value we will be passing is user data and the set user data function. We will have to wrap this inside another braces. And now we can use this user data and set user data globally. So where we need access to the data like name, role, avatar and handle, we can use this user data, and at places where we need to update the data, we can just require this function and use it to update the data. So we will now come to our dashboard and import the user context. Import user context from context user context. We will change this @ to manual ... And in the dashboard we will be importing the set user data. Const set user data is equal to use context. So this is the hook, we have to import it from React, and this will be using this user context, and we will be updating the user data on successful fetching. Set user data to data.user data. And now after this process, the user data variable will be having all those 4 fields. We can just do better. Instead of just repeating it every time, we will copy this and we will come to our user header and paste it here. Proper indentation, and we will import the user context from .. /context/ user context. Here, instead of just the function, we will be also importing the data, user data, and in order to use this use context, we have to import it. So import it from React, and we can also get rid of this dependency from our dashboard. We will comment it and we will copy this simply, and down to this we will paste here. We don't need the name field, we don't need the links field for this user header, and instead of data we will be using user data. So from user data, the role, avatar and the handle will be destructured, and we can simply remove this from here. And in the dashboard we don't need to pass the prop anymore. Now let us refresh the dashboard and open the Linktree. It is working fine. Now we can move forward to editing profile page. For that, in the pages directory, I will create a folder named edit, and inside that I will create profile.js, create a React arrow functional component, and when now I open our home page /edit/profile, now it takes us to the profile page. Now we shall be working on this, but before that we will just in advance create the links page too, links.js, and create another functional component, and let's check it out. Edit/links. This is the links page, and now we have to create backlinks to those pages from our dashboard. So we will come to dashboard and we have it inside user header. I will expand this, and now we will have to wrap them inside a link to edit/links. Paste it here, cut it here and wrap it inside a link to /edit/profile, and let's check it. When we click on edit links, it goes to the links page. When we click on edit profile, it goes to the profile page. So now let's start designing the profile page. Let's close other things. As our profile will be needing the user handle, so we will import the user context that we had, and that will provide us the user handle and other things. So we will import user context from let's see, we have 2 directories under, so we will do .. /.. and then from context, then user context, use context, and we will be needing the use effect later as well as the use state, so I will just import them in advance. Now import the user data and set user data and use context. We will be using this context. Indent this properly, and in order to update the socials, we have to locally create a socials object which will have all the data. We can find the same from our handle.js, so I will copy this and paste it here. And for our form, we will create state data, name, set name, use state, initially they are blank, const bio, set bio, initially it will be blank too, const avatar, set avatar, and initially let's give it an initial URL that we used in our model. So I will give this icon as initial image, and now we will check if the user data is available, and if the user data is available, then we will fill up the name, bio as well as avatar. Use effect, if user data is available, then set name, user data dot name. Let me again check what was that. In underscore app.js it was name, and our handle can't be changed, so we will change the name, so it will be name, set avatar, user data dot avatar. We are not currently importing the bio, so let me create a field for bio too and go to the Backend function where it is working. We will export the bio, user.bio, and this will be inside the user data. And let me go to user header where it is, so you can see the set user data function is being updated by the user data. So now we can set the bio, user data.bio, and in the dependency array we will pass user data. So if initially user data is not available, don't worry, but when the user data is updated, then run the use effect again, and these fields will be updated. Now coming to the designing part, I will collapse this and remove whatever we have default. Use React fragments. Then inside that I will create a div, and we will import, and here we will use the user header, which was this user header, and we will have to import it to import user header from // component / user header. Is the spelling okay? Okay, the spelling is okay. Now create a main tag. I will create a section tag inside this, and let's create a div, and let's not go much deeper, so I will just indent it negatively. Let's open up the reference image. This is the reference image. We already have this user header implemented, so now we need to create this section where we have edit profile section with 3 forms. One is for updating name, one is for updating bio, and another one is for updating the avatar, and we can save it from here. And later we have fields to update Facebook ID, Twitter ID, Instagram ID, and other social fields. So now let's hop into coding. So I will open up our main page and then go to profile, then split screen, collapse this area, and I will do negative indentation so that we get much more spacing. In the first div, we will be creating section to edit the profile. I will give a heading h4, edit profile, then create a div and create a form inside it. We don't need the action, so I will remove it. In order to create this kind of field for our form, we have already implemented that in our probably register pages. So I will open this up and see how it is. I will copy that from there. This is the span. I will copy it to save more time. Let's insert this properly Open it up. Handle is not defined. I don't need it right now. I will remove this as well as this on change. Let's see how it is. Currently it's an uncontrollable form. That does not matter as long as we are now focusing on the design. And after the design is completed, we will focus on the logic. So I will have to repeat this thrice. Let me find some icons for user, bio and avatar. So I will go to SVG repo and find for user. This one looks good. So I will copy this. Go to our SVG under public. Create user.svg. Okay, we already have user.svg. So I will create bio.svg and search for text. Let's see what we get. This one can be good. In the bio.svg, I will paste this. And let's come to profile editing page. And let's try out our user.svg, what we had. I don't know what it is. And this is looking kind of dark, but we can manage with it. And let's try out our bio.svg. Bio.svg. This is looking good. And for our avatar image, we will replace it with user.svg. And now change the placeholders for each of them. For bio, enter a bio. And for name, we will do set a name. Now give some padding to each of them. So I will select them together. I need to give some margin bottom. Let's say 5. Too much. Let's give 3. Great. And let's give them width of 11 by 12. And let's do margin auto to center them. And then let's see, we have a button here. At the end, I will add a button, input, type button, and value will be save profile. I will have to add classes. Give it a background green 500. Padding on X will be 4. Padding on Y will be 2. And border radius will be medium. Border will be 2. Border green 800. A deep color. And then just medium shadow MD. And the cursor type will be pointer. And the text will be white. So I have to center it as well as all the items. So I will add display flex to this. Flex. And flex default will be column. And do justify center. Now let's give it a width W32. Let's see. Now after doing flex column, our main axis has changed. So I will do items center, which will do align items center, and it will come to center. And similarly, we have to create our Facebook ID, Twitter ID, and other edit social page. And we have to center this profile tag. I will add class name, do font bold as this is the heading, and text center, and add some margin bottom of 5. Great. Now let's take a look at this. So I will just copy this div and paste it again. Let's see. In the second div, we will give a margin top of 5. Let's try it. We have to give some more. So let's try margin top 10. Let's differentiate it. We had some more. So let's try giving it 14. Okay, great. Now we have to focus on others. We need 3 more fields. So copy this again and paste. Now let's change the social medias. First one will be facebook.svg. Second will be ig.svg, or we had probably instagram.svg. And then twt.svg for Twitter. And then for LinkedIn, we had a weird name, LNKDIN or LNKDN. Probably this was it. I don't know why I renamed this like this. And for GitHub, we had GitHub. And for YouTube, we have YT. Yeah. And now let's edit their placeholders too. Enter Facebook ID and copy this. Paste the same for others and we will edit after this. For Instagram, we will add Instagram ID. For Twitter, we will add edit Twitter ID. For LinkedIn, we will add enter LinkedIn ID. And for GitHub, we will add edit GitHub ID. And for YouTube, enter YouTube ID. And after that, we will add a @ so user can understand that by means of the new update to YouTube, we have a @ before user's channel ID. So let's see how it is. So the designing is well. Now we have to implement the logic for this. Let's make it full screen as we don't need the front end right now. So coming to our edit profile section, we already have the state variables name, bio and avatar. So what we can do in the input field, we can set the default value as a name. Initially it is empty and we can set on change. We will execute this function where we will be having an event, and in the inline function we will run the set name function, and the name will be set to event.target from where it was called, and its value will be updated to the name. Similarly, we will update this with bio and avatar. So value bio, and let me copy this whole thing so we don't have to type it repeatedly. Let me change it with bio, set name to set bio, and again avatar and make it capital. And currently this avatar field is taking the link of any image and we can display the image. So we will do image and make the source dynamic, and the source URL will be whatever we type in this image field. We will remove the alt tag, we don't need. And let me check it now. I will do full screen. I have an image online in my website, so I will copy this and I will paste this link here, and you can see the image is visible, but we have to style this one. But before that, as you can see, the text is only limited to this area. We will have to add width full to all the input fields. Here I will select all of them together. Yes, and I will do W full. Let me check if it works or not. Paste the link. Yes, it works. Now we have to style this. Let me go to the image, add a class name, limit it to 10, width 10, paste the link, and this is looking great. Now give it a border radius, probably border radius of full, so rounded full. Let me check. Paste this again, and we can just do one thing. We can add a border as well as shadow so it looks great. For that I will add border 2 and border white and shadow medium. Let's check it. I will paste the link, and this looks kind of premium. Now similar to name, bio and avatar, we have to update the socials so that we can make backend calls. So welcome to our front end, and we already have this socials object. We have to fill it up right now. To update the socials, I will create a function named handle socials, and it will have an event. I will set social, which is this function, and I will use spread operator, and whatever the social had previously will be set to the social, and it will add something. What will be added? The event.target.value, and the value shall be assigned to only these 6 items. So for that we will have to add some ID. For each input field we will have to add ID like Facebook, and now we can do event.target.id. Now this event.target's ID, which is Facebook will have the target's value. Now we have to add ID to each of them. The ID should be from this. We can't change the ID other than these. So for Twitter, we will write Twitter. Oh, this was probably Instagram. For Twitter, I will write Twitter. For LinkedIn, I will have to write for LinkedIn. For GitHub, I will have to write GitHub. And for YouTube, I will write YouTube. And now we have to implement this function here on each field. So I will add a value which will be this Facebook for our Facebook input field. But in order to use this, we will have to use it through this social. So I will do social.facebook. Currently it will be initially blank, and on change I will call that function handle social, which will be having the event. Via that event.target, it will be updating the values. So I will do that for others as well. Select everything together, paste it, just change it. Instagram. For Twitter, I will change it to Twitter. For LinkedIn, change it to LinkedIn. GitHub to GitHub. YouTube to YouTube. And now if I type, now we can type here. Now we have to implement the backend. For that, I will create a function const save socials. It will have an event. We will do event prevent default so that the page does not reload, and we will do a fetch call. And before implementing the fetch call, now we have to work on the backend. I will go to index.js. Let's add a post function on path save/socials, and the function name will be save socials. We have to create this function. Inside controllers, I will create a file named saveitems.js. I will do const our function name. This will be async function. It will have access to request and response. And now first export this module.exports save socials, and let me import that to const save socials from require./controller/save items. And now let's see what we can fetch to backend. At the path, we will be calling localhost 8080/save/socials, and the method will be post headers content type will be application/JSON. We will send the data via body, so do JSON.stringify, and we will send the token. For that, obviously user have to be logged in. We'll grab the token from local storage .getItem, and the token name was LinkTree token. And we will be sending our social array, which is this one. We will name it to socials. And before implementing further, we will come to our backend, where I will close this app.js, come to this save socials function, and now let's accept them via request.body. We'll receive token mail, socials from request.body. Let me console log that for once. Request.body. Now let's add a try catch block. Now we have to decode the token. For that, I will have to import JWT decode, const JWT_decode from require JWT-decode. We will save the decoded mail to a variable called decoded token mail. We will use the JWT decode function, which will take our token mail and this secret code, which is test key. We can access it via process.env. process.env dot our code name. And then we will extract the email from decoded token mail dot email. And now once console log whatever email we have decoded, now we have to find user. For that we will have to import the model const user is equal to require dot slash models slash user. And now const user will be user dot find one, and we will find users with email. And we will set the user's social media, which is, let me again check the social media. We will update the social media field of this user. User.social media will be the socials we are receiving is equal to socials. And then we will do user.save to save the changes. And now we will return response.json message saved and status success. If any error occurs, then return response.json status error, and error should be the error message. Let's see what is the error. Okay, we have probably mistyped this code. I don't know where it came from. And index.js, we are having some problem. What is it? We have a comma here. I don't know where this is coming from. Let's go back to our profile, and when the fetch is successful, then pass the response rest.json, and then the data we received, we will work on it. If data dot status is error, then we will return the function immediately with toast.error, and the error message shall be data.error. Whatever error we received, we will just show it. And else we will toast success socials saved successfully. And we will now have to call this socials function, and we will be calling on submit. When the second form is submitted, then we will call this save socials function. And one more thing we have to edit is, instead of type button, we have to change it to submit. Type submit. I just mistyped it. Type submit. And let's come here, and let me edit my Facebook ID and other IDs, and let's click on save. We have to fill out these fields too. And let's click on save. Toast is not defined. Okay, I forgot to import the toast. Import toast from React Toastify. And now all the fields will be reset. Yeah, I know. I will just paste everything here and clear the networks tab. User.save is not a function. So let me check the backend. We are doing it properly. And when we find a user, let me console log the user. Console.log user. And let's expand the terminal. Let's give some spacing. Clear the network tab and send again request. Let's see what we have here. Expand the terminal. We are receiving token mail properly. We are receiving the socials object as well. And let me see what is the error. I probably have missed the await. So let me expand this again, give some spacing, and let's call this again. Save profile, socials saved successfully. Now let's see. It has console logged the user. And let me open my MongoDB to see if the socials are actually updated or not. MongoDB Compass, we have LinkTree 9 database, this collection, and now we have social media object. If you see, the other users are not having the social media field, but the last user is having a social media field, which is an object, and all the social media is having their value. So now minimize it. Let's cut this. And when we refresh the page, you will see all the items are gone. And now we want to make sure that if we previously saved something, this have to show up. So we have to load the previously saved data. So for that, I will just collapse this and come to my front end, and we have to save the load data. I will do that on use effect. First, we will validate a user. If there is no token, so I will validate user, local storage, get item, and that is LinkTree token. If a user doesn't have it, then we will send him to another page. For that, we will use router, but I probably haven't imported router, so let me import it. Import use router from next router. Create the router. For that, I will do const router is equal to use router. Then come to our use effect, do router dot push to login page. If a user is not logged in, then it will open the login page. After that, we will fetch, and now we have to work on our backend. For that, I will come to index.js. I will create a post function called load/socials, and the function name will be load socials. Now I will have to create it under controllers. I will name this load previous, which shows that we are trying to load the previous data. Load socials, this will be an async function and have access to request and response. And from our save items, I will just copy them because we'll be needing them. Let's come to our profile. Let's give a call to localhost 8080/load/socials, and it will be a post call. So method will be post, headers, content type, application/JSON, and the body we will be JSON stringify, and we will send the token mail, and the token mail value will be this. And go to backend, load previous. We will receive the token mail from request.body. Let's add a try catch block. First, we have to decode it like previously. Then we have to find a user. We will just copy it from our previous function and we will paste it. Now we will load the social media we have, user.social media, and we will send all the social media as our response. So we'll do return res.json message found the socials we just created, and the status will be success. And if error occurs, then return res.json status error, and the error will be error.message. Let me come to profile. We added this colon, we don't need it actually here. And when the fetch is successful, then we will pass the response res.json. Then the data we receive, we will check if data.status is error, then we will return toast error, and the error will be data.error, the error we actually received. And if that doesn't happen, then we will set the social to data.socials. Make sure it was socials in our load previous that we passed. Yes. Now let's come to our front end and load this. This does not work. Probably we have missed something here. Failed to fetch. I will expand the terminal. Oh, okay, probably our backend has crashed. Load socials is not defined. Let me open the index.js. We have not imported it, so I will just quickly import this. Require controllers/load previous. Now the server shall restart, or we will have to manually restart it. Again crashed. And this is another error it is showing. It is because probably I haven't imported this. Let me check. Yep, I haven't exported this. So I have to export the function module exports load socials. And now the MongoDB shall be connected. Now let me open this and refresh this now. The fields are now updated. Let me update my LinkedIn and click on save. Socials saved successfully. Let me refresh and see the updated field is here. And let me update my YouTube also. Let's save. Social saved. I will cut that and refresh. It is retaining that. That is just nice. And I will have to add some margin under this save profile option. And this is not actually profile, this is social, so I will have to edit them. I will go to profiles. This one title should be edit socials, and the button should be edit buttons or save socials. And I will add a margin bottom of 10. Let's see how it is. Okay, if I change something and save, it will be saved to database, and while loading the page the data will be loaded. And now load up our name, bio and image. For that I will just collapse this one again. I believe we are having this name, so let me just open my DevTools. It is inside components. Then here we have profile. Expand this a bit. Let's check the context provider. The avatar, bio, handle, all of them are empty. Let me check why. So initially our avatar was supposed to be this URL, and when we load this is blank. So I believe we have made a call, but we were unsuccessful to load up the states. So let me see why it is happening. Let me just inspect all the calls that we made. This is dashboard. Let me see the preview. We received the role, the avatar, the handle, as well as the link count. If you see, we are just receiving avatar, handle, links and role. We don't have the name field as well as not the bio field. So we have to first implement those, and after when we save, then we will inspect further. So for that, I will be creating a function called const save profile. This will be similar to our save socials, so I will copy it and we will do some modification. So the path will be save/profile, and the function will be implemented inside save items. It will be again similar to our save socials, so I will copy paste this. The name will be save profile and rename the function. And in index.js I will import this save profile function, create a path, app.post save profile. On this path the function name will be save profile. Okay, so now update the function. Here we will receive not the socials but the name, bio and avatar, and rest of the decode process and finding user using the email will be similar. And after that we won't be updating the social media field of the user. We will update user.name to the name, user.bio to the bio we just passed from frontend, and user.avatar to avatar. Then we are doing user save, and if that is successful we will return message saved and status success. Let's come to frontend. Check the path once, save profile, and here we won't be passing our socials object. Instead we will pass our name, bio and avatar. And here on success we will toast success profile saved successfully. I will use this function on submit of the form. On submit, let's call this function. Let's try it once. I will refresh this, set my name here, and image link, this, click on save profile, and it is showing that saved. Let me check the database, refresh, and you can see my name field is updated to my name, the bio, the avatar is updated. Now when we refresh, let me take a look at the dashboard call. I will extend this. The avatar is being received, the bio is received, and the name, and all the fields are received. Now let me just only have to debug that why the context is not updating the states. So finally I have solved the issue. I came to my user header where the context was actually saving. So I console logged it, and when I opened my terminal, so let me reload it once, you will see set data is not defined, and it is not also console logging this. I will just comment out set data as we have not used set data, instead we used a context. So now when I come, it will be console logging this, and the names are updated as well. So I will refresh and it will be retained. Let me just update this. I'm a developer, and let me save the profile, refresh, and this is updated, and voila, this is working just great. And you can see the top user box is also working, but we have a simple glitch here. I want the profile image to be rounded. This is not an issue at all, but I will just do it. So we'll come to user header. Let me go to the image where it is. Give a rounded full, rounded full. Okay, the spelling is rounded full. Let me check. Now it is rounded. It is looking great. When I refresh this is working fine. Alright, now we will open our LinkTree. Let's see our social media is working or not. This is opening my Facebook. Check my GitHub. This has opened my GitHub, and all the social media is working. But I see one thing here. The name field is showing our user handle. Initially when we tried to develop the application, then we didn't have access to the edit profile section. That's why we showed the user handle. But now we can edit our username. So now we will show the username here. So now we will go to the user header. Now we will go to the handle, and then inside this LinkTree where it is rendering this, we are getting the name from handle. And let's see where is the data coming from. The data is coming from get, and it is inside probably get user data, and here we are passing name as user.handle. Let's pass user.name, and now let's see, give it a refresh, and now the actual name is being rendered. Now if I change my name like only my name, save this, and when we come to this, it will show my only name. Now here we have only one link. We will implement the edit links page. Currently we have this only. Now we will come to this. Where is the page? edit/links.js. I will remove the current content, React fragment, and I will create a div. I will use our user header. It will automatically import this. I will change this to manual directory, and then let's see how it is. Components, user header. Oh, we have to go another level. .. /.. Let's see, the user header is being imported. Let me do split screen. Let's collapse this part. Inside this we will create main tag, and inside that a section tag. I will add a heading, add or customize your links. I have to center this. For that I will do class name text center, font bold, text size will be 2XL. Let's see how it is. 2XL is pretty big, so I will make it XL, and let's give it a color, text gray 600. Great, now we have to create a div for our form, and now we'll create a form. I don't need the action, just as always. Inside the form I will iterate through our links. For that I will create a state, const links, set links, useState, and we have to import useState, and we will import useEffect and useContext as well, because we will be needing them in future. Initially, the links array will have an object with two fields, URL, which is blank, and title, which is again blank. Let me create title state to title, set title, useState, and this title will be blank. I will write useEffect, and inside that I will call the links that we already have from our backend. So we can use the previous snippets that we wrote from our profile. I will just copy this useEffect that we had here and come to our links.js, paste it here, tweak something, and the path will not be load/socials, instead it will be load/links. And in body content we will send token mail. Let's implement it in the backend. I will do full screen, then expand this, load previous. This is the load socials function, and the load links function will be almost similar. So I will name this load links, and I will export this, and let me import that. Where is it? It is here. I will import this, and let's create a path. It will be on path/load/links, and the function name is load links. Yes. So let's come to where it is, load previous. It will find a user by email, and instead of saving the socials, I will save the links array, user.links, and I will pass links as response. Let's come to our links.js. Instead of saving to socials, I will set it to links, set links data.links. Now let me iterate over the links.map. It will take each link and index, and I will create a div for each link. Each link will be having a key index. It is not suggested to use index as key, but we will do it for now. Each div will be having two fields. One is for URL and another is for title. Let me create a label. I don't need to use it for labeling actually. I just need it for semantic purposes. I will copy it again. First one will be for URL. I will name this URL. And here we need an input field. And the second one will be named title. Again an input field. The value will be link.title, that we have the link, each individual link. And again for the URL field, the value will be link.url. Let me check this in our model. It was URL and title. We probably forgot to put a parenthesis after the map. And on change, I will add an inline function, event, then create a function actually, handle link change. We will have to implement the function const handle link change. It will be receiving parameters. Let me define it here. I will pass 3 arguments. First one will be index, second one will be field, which is URL for our case, and third one will be value, which is event.target.value. And now let me receive them as a parameter, index, field and value. And on receiving that, I will create a copy of the links array named updated links. Use spread operators. Create a copy of the link to update and update the specified field. Name it link to update. And again use spread operator. Updated links that we just created. And for specific index, let me update the field value. Let me explain this a bit. Let's suppose we have an array And for a specific index of this array, if the field is URL, whatever value we have been passed in that specific field, let's suppose the field is URL and the value is google.com, we will pass that in the specific index of this array. Let's suppose now the field is changed to title and the value is Google. For that element in that array, the field now will be title and the value will be Google. So the array will be storing this object. Now in the updated links at index, we will update this one, whatever we just created. We will just replace the old link with the updated link. And now after the operation is done, just set links to updated links. Now the links will be changed to the updated links. Now let's do it for title field too. On change, I will just copy this, paste, and let's change the field to title. And outside the links, I will add two buttons. For that, I will use a div, create a button. This button will be for adding more links, and create another button for submission. Name this save, and its type will be submit, and the add links type will be simple button, but it will execute a function. So on click, create a function with name handle add link. Now we have to implement this function here. Const handle add link, fat arrow function. I will create a new link object and add it to the end of the links array. For that, I will do set links, spread operator, the previous links, then create a blank object with the fields URL and title blank. Now we also need some way to remove a link. For that, inside this div, I will create a button, and its type will be again button, type button, and on click it will execute a function. Let's name it handle remove link. It will receive the index of which the link we want to remove, so name it remove link. And let's now implement this handle remove link function. Const handle remove link, and it is receiving the index parameter. Now create a copy of the links array. Const updated links, just like we did previously with spread operator. Now remove the link of the specified index from the copy of the array. Updated links dot splice, we will use splice function. We will use index and single link to remove. And now update the state with the new array of links. Updated links. If you have understood the first function, and then it will be piece of cake. Let's now try it. Let's open up the terminal and let's see how it is. Refresh. This is working, but the styling is needed. Let's add some styling. First start with this buttons div. So they need class name. First collapse this one. Let's name it buttons or buttons. Give display flex. Flex will be row, and in between two buttons let's give a gap of 5 and margin y 1. And in both the buttons let's add class together. Background indigo 500, text white, px4, padding y2, add some border radius medium. Let's add a little shadow, and width will be full. Let's see the change. Let's change the color for save. Let's give it green. Okay, great. Now style the remove link button. Class name. Let's copy this same thing, try it out with the remove link, but we don't need the width full, so I will remove the width full and let's check. Yes, it is now in line. And now let's style this, and now I have accidentally removed that. Now let's add a new link, indgeek.com. Title will be IndGeek. Add link. When we save this, it is saved. I believe it is saved. No, it is not saved because we have not implemented the backend for saving. So first, just style them. Let's style the input fields. Let's select both of the input fields together and start adding class name for them. Outline will be none, and give a border of 2, border gray 200, bit of shadow medium, and then rounded medium. Let's see how it is. We have to add padding as well. Padding x2 and padding normally 1. Split the screen again so it is better visible. Where is the other one? Input field. I missed this one. Let me add some margin left of 2. And for this button, let me add margin left of 3. Or I can do one thing. This is the form, and this is inside this div. So I will add class name flex row justify evenly. Let's try this. Yeah, this is working fine. Now we just need a bit of spacing from this title. So I need margin left 2. We just need a bit of margin on y-axis. So on the main div, I will do margin y2. Let's see. Okay, great. Now we have to just implement the backend functionality for saving. So for that, I will full screen this. Create our function. Name const save links. It will have access to the event. Let's do event.prevent default. Let's create a new array that contains the values of the links object. Name it links array object dot values from the links, this links. And same will be done for titles array from object values from titles. Actually we have title only, not titles. And now in the links data, we will map over this links array, and with each individual link we will also pass its index, and the link is link. And from titles array, with this index we are passing this and we are saving this as title. And now let's wrap this whole thing inside a parenthesis. Now we will have to just send this links data to our backend. For that, I will do fetch at http localhost 8080/save/links. Now we have to create this path in the backend. Let's go to backend. Load previous, no, save items. Here we can create this const save links. This will be async function, request and response. We will receive, let's see what we are gonna pass. Let's just copy the methods and others from this. We will just copy this so that we don't have to type it again and again. And we will be passing the token mail for sure for authentication, and then pass the links data as links. So we will receive it in the backend, token mail, comma, links from request.body. Now let's do the similar thing. We will just grab a user We won't be saving the name, bio and avatar, so we have removed it. We will create a variable named new links and then do links.map. That one we are receiving, we will be iterating through it, and then for each link we will extract the links, link URL, the URL field, the title field, and the icon field, which is actually empty. We will again wrap this thing inside a parenthesis. For your ease of understanding, as we are using link.link twice, so you can just change this to L and make them L.link, L.link, so it will be better to understand, but we will keep it link. And when the new links is created, we will save it in user.links field, the new links. So we will do await user.save because this function might take a bit of time. So now we will export this function and come to where it is, and come to index.js, import this function and create a post. And let me open the path. What was it? Save/links. I will do save/links, and the function name was savelinks. Rename it, and let's see what error we are getting here. Where is the error? Okay, we have probably mistyped this. Now I have to put a comma. Now let me see if this works or not. When I add a new link and test IndGeek.com, add IndGeek as title, click on save. I'm not sure if this works or not. And we have just made the fetch call, but we have not added any later functionality. When the fetch is successful, then pass the response, rest.json, take the data. If data.status is error, let me check again that if we have error, yes, there is error field. If that is error, then we will return immediately with toast error notification, and the error notification data will be having data.error. And if that's not the case, then we will do toast.success, links saved successfully. And in case any error occurs, we will do catch error, and we will toast.error.message. Let's see. Let's add a link. Let's add the same link. Let's open up the network terminal and see. Add a link. Probably it reloads. Let me check if we have implemented the event.prevent default properly. Event prevent default. We haven't used the save links function. So on the form submission, I will have to do this. On form submit, I will have to use the save links. Let's come here and just add this same link here, same title, do save. Toast is not defined. Just as always, we forgot to import the toast again. Import toast from React Toastify. Let's try again and click on save. Link saved successfully. Refresh. Those two load up. Create on add link. Now let's add a new link, indgeek.com. Give title IndGeek. Click on save. Link saved successfully. Let's reload. Let's click on our user handle, and you can see our link tree is just working like butter. Let me open dashboard, edit links. Let's change this to turbohosty.com. Change this to turbohosty. Save this. Go to LinkTree. You can see it is changed, but when we click on this, it will actually redirect us to this. So we have to change the implementation of this LinkTree card. So I will come to LinkTree card. Where is the component? LinkTree card, and where the link is implemented. So this is the URL. I will create a backtick and then HTTPS, then the URL using template literal URL. Let's try this. When we now click, it will take us to the target website. Now we want the Linktree to open in another tab, so we will do target underscore blank. So now when we click on TurboHosty, it will take us to the website. Now let me click on my Twitter. Let's see if social media is working. It is taking me to my Twitter. Let's click on share button. Let's paste it here and press enter. It is opening my Linktree. Let's go to dashboard, edit profile. Let's change the name. I am a software developer. Let's change the bio as well. Click on save, and you can see the name and the bio is updated. Alright, we have completed this series on full stack Linktree web app development. I hope you had fun and you learned something new. If you liked this series, make sure to subscribe, and if you want to share your feedback, don't forget to comment. Have a good day.